presidential searches and cabinet level searches across the nation at various types of institutions. I've also been a former faculty member and administrator at University of Now and Prince George's Community College, as well as leading leadership development programs for the American Council on Education and also education reform for the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. That's just a little bit about my background, and we are really pleased to partner with you today to help you select the right president. Your input is really essential for this work as we design the profile that will tell the world that Jackson State University is looking for its next president. Here are the challenges this next person should be poised and ready to step into through experience and accomplishments. Here are the personal and professional attributes they should possess to be successful in the role. So that's what we're going to hear from you today. And now I'm going to ask my colleague, Dr. Carlton Brown, to introduce himself.
Good morning. I'm very pleased to be here with you. I've been with AGB Search for about 8 years now, doing searches again all across the country, including presidencies of HBCUs. I've been involved in placing 9 HBCU presidents in that time period. I myself am a former president. I was president of Clark Atlanta University for 8 years until 2015. And I was president of Savannah State University for 10 years prior to that. And before that, I was at Hampton University as the dean and vice president for 10 years. So you see, I do 10, 8, 10. And we work from there. So we're very pleased to be here. We're very pleased that we're given the privilege of facilitating this search for Jackson State University, an institution that I know a little bit about and have followed for several years. And so we're pleased to be here again. So what we would like for you to do, we don't ascribe any comments to any one person. We will gather comments from every segment of the community and everyone who chooses to participate. As you may also know, there is a survey online that people can fill out and give us feedback from that as well. And what we want to do is, of course, to make sure that we gather your input as we go. And so what we'd like for you to do is let us know who you are as you make your comments. All of this will revolve around basically 4 simple questions. What are the 2 or 3 most important talents, skills, and attributes that the next president should possess? What are the 2 or 3 most important opportunities that await the next president? What priorities should the next president focus on? And are there any other comments you'd like to share? That's the totality. So we'll start, and it's fairly free and open. So we'll start with the first question. What to you are the 2 or 3 most important talents, skills, or attributes, including experiences, that the next president should possess? And we're going to be typing, but this is also being recorded for our later use. And we'd like for you to go to the microphone.
Thank you.
To make sure that we record.
Just think about when you
And don't rush to the microphone, since you're crowding each other.
But just as you think about encountering the next president, you know, what professional attributes are you looking for to make you feel like this person can get this job done? What when you think about that? I see some smiles. Don't be shy, somebody's gotta go.
And all this gets compiled into a profile that we develop for the presidency that will cover all the things that we get from the community and that have been approved by the board. So
We need the microphone.
we absolutely need your input.
Oh, okay. Yeah, can you put it on the table? Like he has a table thing. Okay. We got 2 tables, nice enough. Put it on, exactly share. Okay. Personal professional attributes. What are your thoughts when you think about the next president? I can use my outdoor voice too. I used to be a middle school.
Well, this is the opportunity that we need, because without your input, we'll get input from others, and then you just leave it up to the powers that be to determine what it is you're.
Thank you. This one will be coming.
Very good.
Really, because you're telling you, this is your chance to tell the candidate pool what you like to see. Good morning.
Think about the next president of Jackson State University, I think about fairness across the board. especially when it relates to raises, increases. Um, I feel that no one department should control the finances, although, we have a business of finance, but I think that the president should have the final say so when giving increases and not just ruled by one department, and whether what they decide should be given or what they think, because they don't always have the best interests of the people. I think it should be across the board most of the time when it comes to increases. That's my thing. Other than that, just fairness all around.
Thank you. See, that was painless, everyone.
Didn't hurt her a bit.
Is the chat open or people are? They're not, okay.
And we really do want to hear from you. This is important.
Good morning. My name is Shonda DeVerta. I'm the Associate Director in Housing Operations. I'm sorry, in the Housing Department. A few things that I would like to see in our next president would be just that person to be experienced and knowledgeable of the culture here at the university, be willing to have an open dialogue with its staff members and students, and also to be physically responsible.
Thank you. Next one. This is your presidency.
Sometimes we like to start with attributes to kind of get you going as you think about the person, because all of this fits together. So if you want to shift to challenges now, Carlton, why don't we think about, now that you kind of thought about what you want to see in a person, when you think about the top challenges or priorities that this president must be able to address effectively from the start. Or another way I like to put it is, if you could leave a sheet of paper on the desk of the next president for them to hear from you, the top 5, what would you put on that sheet of paper for challenges and priorities? Here's your chance to offer the next president some real good direction on what they should be focusing on. I think I spoke loud enough. Could they hear me? He said, yeah. I'm using my outdoor voice.
You got a good outdoor voice.
Challenges, top priority. Sure.
You might as well.
We want to make sure you're heard. That's why the mic is over there, so. Okay. Getting your steps in.
Hi, again, my name is Verdine Potter, and I think that we need to get to our president, the one that's gonna be elected, need to be, or selected, need to get to know the people, not just the ones at the top, but the ones at the bottom. Give us a visit, because sometimes when the president comes, we don't even, if we're off campus, we don't get to meet the president. Or at least come and visit the offices every once in a while and know and sit down with us. Well, like this current president is doing, interim, get to know what's on our mind and what we're thinking and what's going on and how possibly they can fix what's going on. Because if you never listen, then you're not going to be able to fix anything.
You want to say more about fix what's going on? What do you want to say any more about challenges? Actually, things that they could address. If you could speak to them about fixing something, what would that fixing something be? As a top priority.
I mean, there's a lot of things that need fixing. They're working on some things, especially the lighting. One thing I suggested, but it was like from another, presidential, I suggested having metal detectors around here because, I mean, people come around and off the street. And then that's how some people get killed or raped or
So you're saying safety is a concern? is what you're
safety.
saying. Okay.
Yes, safetyness.
Thank you.
Other input on priorities or challenges, opportunities? We'll change the question around. When your next president arrives, what do you want to see that person do in the first 2 years? What must that person do in the first 2 years? Now, I've been around campuses long enough, in fact, all my life, that everybody's got a list. So let's have your list.
I see some smiles. What are you thinking about?
If you don't share it with us here, please go to the online survey and share it there. We're serious about how we put this thing together.
We want to hear from as many this is a really inclusive process with intention. It has been set up to gather feedback across the board. That's why we're having different sessions for different stakeholders. Because we're going to create a space where you feel safe to speak up, based on where you're located. And we will be having different sessions with other groups. So it's really important for you to take this moment. This is your space, your time.
And one of the things we know is the fidelity and comprehensiveness of that profile has everything to do with getting the right person and that person being successful. We can't get that without you.
Anyone wants to speak up?
Well, then what's the question we're not asking you that you want to answer? Let's try that.
Yeah. Well, my question is sort of in that same vein. Why did you come today? Why are you here right now? What made you take the time or the busy schedule to be here? What did you want us to know?
Shouldn't be afraid to talk. Because once before, years ago, and this is me now, I can't speak for you guys.
Okay.
But once before, one of the employees made statements and that employee got fired when that president came on, so this is me talking, but that happened.
Yeah, so there's a memory of that.
Yeah,
So there's some trust that needs to be restored, is what you're saying.
yes.
Okay, that's important. That's an important factor. And how does a person, a leader, build trust? And so that's something that we want to be able to speak to candidates about. You need to be a healer, someone that could help establish open lines of communication and build trust.
Yes.
I don't mean to put words in your mouth, but I think that's
But
what I
it's-
heard.
Yes, that is what you heard.
So you want to make sure that we're looking for someone who has already demonstrated their capacity for trustworthiness and being able to communicate effectively with faculty and staff in a creative way.
Absolutely. I mean, that's what the community needs.
But once again, what Dr. Brown said, nothing will be attributed to anyone's name, but if this is your chance to really talk about what challenges need to be addressed, and so it's not a secret, if whatever it is, right? So let's shift. What's going well at Jackson State University? What are some of the great things we can tell candidates? Because we won't put everything in the profile, but our notes will be used for our one-on-one conversations with candidates. And so I always like to do a mini appreciative inquiry, because sometimes if you talk about what's going well, you can use a nugget of that to address pain points. And so before we used AI, AI used to mean appreciative inquiry, one of the acronyms. So I saw Miles, what are you thinking? What good things can we tell candidates?
Okay, so it's Shonda DeVerti again. One thing that comes across my mind that we can share, that goes well here or going well here at the university is the dedication that we have with our, staff members, students. I think there is, a love for the university and wanting to see it thrive. So there is a level of commitment from our staff as well as our students who are attending the school.
Thank you.
Very good.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Tina Ellis. I am a grant accountant in grants and contracts. I've been here about 3 years. I'll jump back to priorities. I was just gathering my thoughts.
Sure.
The top priority should be the students. I think I will piggyback off of some of you all. I think that the next president should get to know, not only, vice presidents and directors, but they should get to know the little people like the grants and contracts, the grant accountants. Also, I think the next president needs to have financial sustainability. Get out in the community and cultivate for the university and use the funds appropriately for the university. Also get to know the community, because the community is a big part of Jackson State as well. Again, just get to know everyone in the university, your faculty, your staff, the students, the community, everyone around surrounding the university. I think that's very important. Again, the students are the top priority. Get to know your students as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other input from anybody? Anything you think we need to know?
Do I have to get up? But more than anything, it should be transparency.
Okay.
It's got across the board, just transparency. No hidden agendas, no, just state the facts and show the facts.
Anything else?
On any of the questions that we've asked? Talent, skills, and attributes. What do you want to see in this next president? What kinds of background experiences do you want the person to have? Are you looking for someone who has already been a president, or someone who's in upper level administration, someone from outside of the university environment? What are you looking for? Is it important to you that that person has worked at a university before, that they've been a staff member, or they've been a faculty? that important.
That's not important?
Yes,
They're
sir.
gonna speak
Because
up.
it's not, I don't think it's necessarily that they have to have worked here because the ones that we've gotten, they worked here. And that's why that's not why we're in this predicament, but we're in this predicament now,
Mhm.
searching because, so to me, that doesn't have any bearing on it, but I know the majority, I know the alumni would want that. And I know probably faculty and staff, but my opinion, it doesn't necessarily have to be.
No other input? There's no point in holding them here any longer.
Yeah.
There's no further input. We do appreciate the input we've gotten, and we are going to continue over these next 2 days to get as much input as we can. We will be looking at the data that comes in on the link on the survey. And we'll be looking at your historic documents. We'll be looking at everything else that we can put together to make sure that this is the right person that we're looking for. And getting the right field of candidates.
We do have a timeline that we're working with. I think we will say something about that with the committee. We need to stay on task with our timeline. This is a good time to be launching a search for a president. And we have to take into account the holiday break, but we're hoping that based on the fact that we're launching now, we're going to generate a strong pool, and that there should be some great talent that comes for this prestigious institution. And so we should be able to have someone that is identified before the end of this academic year, and that means next June. So, but without saying too much about our timeline, the process is confidential. And so we will be working with the committee, and it's a confidential process. They will sign an NDA. So we don't want to put anybody that is in a current position in jeopardy by talking about their candidacy. Does that make sense? And so that's part of this process. And so we have to respect the process. There will be some updates on where we are in the process, but nothing about the candidates in the pool. So, and I see people shaking their heads. They understand. Put yourself in the place of a candidate. So nominations are confidential. Carlton and our contact information will be on the profile. Nominations are confidential. Send us the name and contact information. We follow up with an individual by sending them the profile and inviting them to a conversation. So that's how nominations work.
And now we don't just advertise. Once the profile is set, we go after those people that we know fit your profile, whether they were looking at this opportunity or not. And we'll in some cases talk them out of what they're doing if we think they're one of the right people for you to bring them into this search. And I'll just give you one example of how successful that can be. A few years ago, we did the search for Claflin University, replacing a 25-year presidency. And in the final analysis, while we had some good candidates, we weren't convinced that we had the right candidate. So we talked the guy out of a new 10-year contract he just received at the place where he was to come to that search. That was 6 years ago now. Claflin is having a great time. So we do that kind of work as well.
And we have our own network at AGB Search. We bring to the table a group of our colleagues who are also former presidents and leaders in higher education as a part of our network and sourcing. And so this is a national search. We're going to be using that profile, and what we So we're working with your marketing and communications folks to really tell the current story of Jackson State. What are your points of pride? You know, what do you want to tell a candidate pool? And, you know, what challenges and what opportunities are there for this next person to look at and measure their own body of work against? That's what we're trying to capture. Because I talk to candidates and I always say to them, the profile is our North Star. The institution is telling you what they need in the next president in this document. And then, of course, we have our one-on-one conversations. But I say your letter of interest should be about you and Jackson State. Your letter of interest should be a movie scene showing the committee how you would go about doing the work that the institution needs the president to do. So it can't all just be about you. It has to weave your story into Jackson State's needs. Your CV will say what you have done, but the letter is an opportunity for you to be in the conversation with the institution and what the institution has said nationally that it needs. And so we measure that, we use that document to measure. We're going to give the committee a tool to use to measure. And so we'll all be measuring based on that profile as our North Star.
So thank you for those of you who made input, and we hope the rest of you do make input on the survey link. And please also suggest to others that we would like for them to respond to that survey. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. We're very pleased to welcome you to this second of several listening sessions, first of those for faculty. And we want to first begin by introducing ourselves so you'll know who you're talking to. And then we have a series of 4 questions that we want to address as we move forward in this preparation for the search for your next president. So I am Carlton Brown. I'm an executive search consultant for AGB Search, which is the firm that the board has hired to manage this search. We've spent some time talking to the board and getting their input on this search, and they are very engaged in pursuing this search as we go forward. But I've been with AGB Search for about 9 years now, and I've done several searches around the country, many for presidents, including 9 HBCU presidencies. Prior to my time with AGB Search, I'm also a consultant with the Association of Governing Boards, dealing with governance, business model planning, and other aspects of higher education. And prior to all of that, I was president of Clark Atlanta University for 8 years. And prior to that, president of Savannah State University for 10 years, and spent 10 years at Hampton as a dean and a vice president prior to those presidencies. Return to my colleague, Kim Bobby.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Kim Bobby. I'm a principal with AGB Search. And I've been with the firm since 2017. I've been in higher ed about 35 years. I am a prior faculty member at the University of Puget Sound and an administrator, American Council on Education. I led a program to develop college leaders around the nation, including several HBCUs. And I have been at AGB for on both sides of the table with governance and with AGB Search. We're so pleased to be here with you today, and we want to thank you for the time you're taking to be online. We know that we are meeting with several stakeholders. We started out with working with your board. Your board is very engaged in this process and very observant and very engaged with us. And so we want to thank them for their leadership and presence in this important work, and all the stakeholders that are coming at the different sessions. They're designed for your group to be able to speak into your truth about your experience and what you're looking for in the next president. As Dr. Brown said, we have a series of questions that are designed to inform the profile. This is a national search. You are announcing to the world that Jackson State University is looking for the next president, and here are the challenges, opportunities, or the challenges and priorities that next president should be able to address based on experience, based on their body of work and what they've accomplished. And that profile is going to give some bullet points about that as a part of the larger comprehensive profile that talks about the institution. It's also going to talk about not only challenges and priorities, but what personal and professional attributes are you looking for in the next president? You want the candidate pool to be able to see themselves in the role. And so you have to offer up the direction so that they can see if they can map their body of work onto this opportunity and map their personal professional attributes onto this opportunity. And also, what's going well? The opportunities are there. We do a mini appreciative inquiry. What's going well at Jackson State that we can talk to candidates about? So that what we learn will be synthesized, but our notes from the listening sessions really do give us a little more content when we have those one-on-one conversations with candidates. So as we open this up for a discussion, we would like for you to, before you speak, come on in, everyone. Before you speak, if you could just give your name and where you're located on campus, that would be helpful. Everything you say here is, we're going to synthesize. No one's contribution will be attributed to them personally. We're looking to synthesize information. We're looking for dominant themes that keep coming up around this subject matter. And so that's really what we're looking for. And so we're gonna go ahead and open it up, and we're gonna start. I think sometimes it's best to start with those personal and professional attributes to kind of get that going and get get your thoughts flowing. Because in the back of your mind, when you think of those attributes, you're probably thinking about some challenges that they need to be able to step into. And that's the impetus for certain attributes. And so we're going to get you going there. And then challenges and opportunities are probably two sides of the same coin, right? Sometimes challenges can also be opportunities. And so we want you to be thinking about that as well. And then, really, when you think about, in the next few years, the next couple of years, what does success look like? So we're going to go ahead and jump in and start. So personal and professional attributes for your next president. When you encounter that person, what are you looking for in their attributes?
We've got a microphone on this side of the room to make sure we get maximum input so that we can actually review some of this later if we don't catch it all in our notes that we're taking here. So what are the talents, skills, attributes that you're looking for in your next president? Experiences, background, what are you looking for?
I see some smiles. Don't be shy. Yes,
Please,
yeah, yes, we want your colleagues
Both
that,
looked eager to get there, so I'm giving you a little prompt here.
and we want your colleagues that are online to be able to hear what's being said in the room. And so that's why we have the mics, and that's why I'm using my outdoor voice as well.
All right, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Tony Ladker, Dean of College of Education and Human Development.
All right.
I think, first of all, for an attribute, I'm looking for someone who understands really both sides of the university. Someone who has a, background on the academic side and really understands how all of that works, but also someone who, has an understanding of the other side of the university, the business side, and how, all of that works. So we really need someone that's well-rounded, that has experience within the university setting. I think that's something that's really valuable for us.
Thank
Very
you.
good, thank you.
Thank you for getting us
Your
going.
colleague wanted to go next, I know. Yes, yes, you looked like you were hurting up there that you couldn't get it out, so he said what you wanted to say? Okay.
But that's exactly the kind of information we want to hear from you.
Yeah. Other input, attributes, talents, skills, capabilities, background, experience. Now, surely you're not gonna let the Dean of Education be the only one that says something in here. I can't imagine that.
I know this
There
setup.
we go,
can be
there
very
we go.
daunting, But
I knew I'd get him somewhere along the way.
Okay, Ramon Jackson, Assistant Professor of Music Education,
very
Department of Music. Someone who is also able to go out and fundraise, meet with the stakeholders to assist us with fundraising efforts, scholarships, etc. I think about the longevity of the institution. We should not also depend on the federal government, but we should also have some of the rainy day funds available to sustain us in today's climate.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you.
Other input on this question. Skills, capabilities, talents, attributes, background, experiences. Well, let's move on to the next question. We can always come back to that one. What to you are the 2 or 3 most important opportunities that await the next president? What are the things that this next president should really lock in on and get done? Now, I happen to know that every academic unit on this campus has a list, if spoken or unspoken. I know you've got a list. We need that list.
Here she comes. What do you want to see get done? This is the time. You have a moment right now.
Here she comes.
Okay.
Here she comes. Been waiting on you, just sitting over there holding on to it.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Shonda Lewis. I'm Associate Professor in the Department of Educational Foundations and Research in the College of Education. Dr. Ladker is my dean.
Speak up a little.
Dr. Ladker is my dean. I think because we've had so much turnover and instability in leadership.
Mm-hmm.
We really need someone that's able to come in and not just steer the ship, but bring everyone together in those regards. There are areas across campus where morale is low.
Mm-hmm.
There are areas where there are faculty that really don't, I'm just being honest, really don't have a lot of stock or faith in the process. So we need someone that's going to be able to come in and bring, I know this may sound really odd for a university, but to bring unity
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
within the university.
Mm-hmm.
One of the first attributes that I would think that that person would need to do. I know you've all heard that relationships is the new currency. So building relationships across campus to strengthen, university as a whole.
Social capital.
Thank you. Others? You can go, and like you did, you folded in some attributes as well as talked about some of the challenges and priorities that this next president should be ready to address.
Now, is this an all School of Education show here this morning, or are there others? Looks like education has it. As a former education dean, I'm proud of that.
Both of us come from the School of Ed. Did you want to say something? Or- I saw you stand. Did you want to say something? I saw you standing. I didn't want to. Okay.
All right.
Oh, I knew there was a faculty connection. Anybody else on the faculty here that really, when you think about your next president, as I said, this is a national search. So you have a chance to contribute to how they can examine their readiness by helping us, by telling us what you're looking for in the next president. As I said, we're meeting with all kinds of stakeholders. We're meeting with your trustees. As I said, they've been involved. We're meeting with students, staff, alumni. And so we want to talk to stakeholders. It's in a very inclusive process. And so your voice as faculty are very important to this process.
And we know that some trustees are online as we speak, listening in, trying to get more input, more understanding as well. Other input. Here comes the dean again.
And I really just have two things to add. One, I think we need someone with a proven track record. And by proven, I don't necessarily mean it has to be a long career as a, university administrator, but someone that is, has some accomplishments that we can go back and reference to, someone who's dealt with some of the challenges that we face as a university. And then one major issue, I think that the incoming president really has to deal with is the whole housing issue for us here at Jackson State. I think that's probably, one of our largest challenges that we face right now, because that impacts everything that we try to do in terms of being able to increase enrollment, in terms of being able to attract students to come to our university. I think our housing situation is holding us back in many avenues. So someone, with experience, a proven track record, maybe even someone who's, addressed that particular issue
What do you see the biggest? Wow, it did be a lot, 2011, not a big handful. Yeah, I think Dr. Lewis really mentioned it already. She does something. Some of it breaking together, you know. Make sure that we're all working together for some kind of, and they know that in university and they start to say, oh, this. So that's
recruitment period.
Mhm.
We need at least a solid 8 weeks because we have to do a lot of one-on-ones, tapping people on the shoulder that might not have been looking, activating our networks around the nation to share this opportunity. And that takes time, talking to people maybe 2, 3, 4 times as they're thinking about it, talking to their family, wanting to learn more about the institution. So that's a process that is really intentional. And so we do have a timeline that gives us, your trustees and your board has given us that, the timeline that really does. And they're going to work with us as the search committee to really, be intentional about making sure this process is giving the optimal attention that it needs to have.
And if it happens, which it won't happen, that we get down toward the end of that recruitment period and we're not looking at the pool we need to look at, we will ask for the extension. Because unless we've got the proper pool, then the board can't make the right selection. And we don't like to do searches, and we won't do a search where all we've got is some second hands and some could have beens and some would have beens and some wannabes. If that's what it comes down to, then we haven't done our job.
Now, let's be clear, there's no unicorns out there.
No.
So there's no one person that can bring, the magic dust to handle every issue, right? But that's why we're asking you about really what should the priorities be? Because, and then we want to look for patterns in these listening sessions about what the priorities are. And that's really going to help us, communicate that to the candidate pool. It's important. You think about your job. There's a lot of plates spinning. You can't be effective at spinning every plate. You have to pick what you're gonna make the priorities and be honest and communicate that, right? You want a president that can do the same thing. We can't do this right now, but this is what we're doing for now, and then we'll do that later, right? But having the why known as well. And here's why we're focusing on these priorities. And so these are the kinds of things we talk to candidates about. What's the top priorities and what are the stakeholders saying as to their why that's the top priority?
And you're also giving us some keys to the cultural castle, some of the cultural keys to the castle. In terms of what is going to be necessary to come in and animate this place, pull people in together, and what are going to be those keys that tells you, okay, this is real. Let's give this a chance. Let's go to work. As opposed to, I talked to my colleague at the institution that person was at before, and they're so glad he leaving, they don't know what to do. Thank you, Jackson State, for relieving us. And that happens sometimes, not with us, but it happens. Because one of the things we're going to know about any of your final candidates, we're going to know all that stuff. We've been in the academy a long time, so there are very few institutions where we don't know people. Any other input for the good of the order?
So the last thing I have to say is.
I thought you said you had, see?
Look, it's really someone that's gonna come in and really prioritize academics. And I know people say that, that, yeah, this is the purpose, this is why we're really here at the university. But again, if you're truly prioritizing something, resources come along with it, right? So if we're talking about one thing that I think Jackson State does well and always done well is that we market the university, the university as a whole. Jackson State, we got the boom, we have the football team. It's a great university, great place to be. But I think we have area for growth in terms of marketing, our academic programs and individually. I don't think that we as a university have put enough backing behind, those particular programs, saying, oh, we're doing great. We have this great engineering program and we have tons of, social media and commercials out here about what we're doing in engineering, over here in education in these different areas. So I definitely think that's where we need to go with and have someone that values that
And someone, again, someone that have a track record showing that, hey, I put, where I've been, I've, put resources behind this academic piece. And, we've been able to see some growth and consequences.
All right. Well, out of fear that you've probably got one or two more things to say. You've given us some great input. And this is very, very important to us. You have no idea. But we really do put this stuff into the profile and try to structure it in a way that we attract the right candidates and repel some of the wrong candidates. Okay, 'cause that's the other function of the profile is to inform the intelligent that this may not be for them. And to inform some others saying, this is the one I've been looking for. And so getting that kind of precise on the skill sets, the attributes, the needs, et cetera, is very important in that regard. And letting them know subtly that if you think you're going to be here 2 years and try to leave, they might not find the body.
We really want to be able to give the best information to the candidate pool and really help them see themselves in the role. So that's why we really want some details.
So thank you all very much.
And the link is out there. The survey link is still out there. So if you feel like something else comes to mind that you didn't say today, we're going to be doing the same kind of synthesis with that, looking for themes in the survey link that is out there. So please contribute to that and tell others to do the same.
And so Dean, that's for your next 3 thoughts that you didn't have. Absolutely.
And I think there's another faculty session.
That's 2 o'clock.
Yeah.
That's probably one for most people.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you, though.
Thank
Thank you
you.
for coming. Oh my God, it's freezing in here again. Okay, we're on.
Is it working? Yep. Who got coming in this time? This is
Students.
Students, yeah.
This young man a student too? Security guard, you're a student, but I was wondering, are you a student? Are you a student? So are you gonna participate?
He's a student. Yeah.
Good. Did I put you on the spot? Former faculty member I am. Okay, so should we get going? Good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming. We're gonna get started. My name is Kim Bobby. I'm a principal with AGB Search. I've been with the firm since 2017. I do presidential searches all over the nation for all types of leaders and done several HBU presidential searches as well as other leaders. Have about 35 years in higher education as an administrator and a faculty member. Have worked in K-12 as well as foundations and just really have had grateful for the opportunity that I have to be partnering we have at AGB Search to be partnering with Jackson State University to find your next president. And we're here to listen. We're here to listen to what's on your hearts and minds about what you think the next president should be poised and ready to do based on experience and accomplishments in their body of work, not just a vision or not just for the desire to be the Jackson State University president, but how have you prepared yourself? How has your career progression? How is it evident that you are now ready to be the president based on your accomplishments? Personal, professional attributes, what do you bring to the table? How do you approach the work? How accessible are you? What's your level of student-centeredness? What's your level of emotional intelligence? Those kinds of things. And then what opportunities? What's good that's happening here? We want to hear from you. What's the good story? What's the good news about being at Jackson State University? So that's what this conversation is about. There's a link that's out there that asks the same questions, and encourage your fellow students to fill out that link if they can't make it to one of the listening sessions. So now I'm going to ask my colleague to introduce himself.
Good morning. I'm Carlton Brown. I'm a principal, not a principal, I'm a senior consultant with AGB Search. I've been with the firm since 2017 and doing presidential searches and other searches again around the country, including 9 HBCU presidencies. And prior to that, I was president of Clark Atlanta University for several years, and then before that, 10 years at Savannah State as president, and spent 10 years prior to that on the staff at Hampton University, first as a dean, then as a vice president. We should also point out to you that the board, the IHL board is very interested in this search. They've been very engaged so far. You have one trustee with us today. We know that others are listening online to get the input that is necessary to move this search forward. And let me tell you a little bit about how this works. We're going to get input from all the stakeholders. We're going to congeal that into a profile for the search. The profile is the North Star for the search and governs everything. It determines what kinds of advertisements we make, determines all of our recruitment patterns, who we go after, how we vet those candidates, et cetera, to make sure that they're the right people for your institution. And so with that, we've got basically 4 questions we're going to revolve all of the input around. We want to get as much input as we can from all of the stakeholder groups. So the first question we want to ask you and get your input on is, what are the 2 to 3 most important talents, skills, personal attributes that you're looking for in your next president? What kind of background do you want this person to have had? What kinds of skill sets? What do you want to know about them before you agree that they should be the next president? And of course, we're accepting input online, but we want input from those who are present as well.
Do we still need the mic? Yeah. Maybe can we move the mic closer over here? Seems like everybody's over here.
It's actually already in.
Okay, so if you want to go to the mic and talk.
Oh, okay.
Okay, thank you.
I like that sweatshirt. That's Sean.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Seth Adams, business administration student here. And I would like to say, to answer your question, I guess we want someone who is able to listen to students because that is the number one priority here at Jackson State. Is a president who's going to be there for students in the time of need and be able to send people, faculty members and other people here in the time of need for those. The second, I guess, characteristic is someone who can actually lead the school and not be a manager to the school. And the third characteristic, I would say, we need someone who is going to take Jackson State into the direction that it needs to go because we have gone down so long, we don't have only one way up to go is but up. So we've been down too long, and I would say we need someone who's gonna take the school to another level and to make sure they're for the school and for the people and never for them. That's what we need.
Couple questions for you. You said you want somebody to lead as opposed to just managing. Say more about that, please.
Yes, sir. So, one, I guess we can talk about the histories. I've been through 4 presidents
Hmm.
while I've been here at Jackson
And
State
how long have you been here?
for almost 4 years now.
Hmm.
And so we only had one, I guess, actual leader who was for the students. That would, if we needed money or anything, she would try to get it. But she was taken away from us as soon as we got her. So I guess with managing as well, we don't need anybody that's gonna take just so many orders from the IHL. And we need someone who can lead their school the way it's supposed to be. Because we vaguely hear about these issues with PWIs in Mississippi. But Jackson State has to be the one that's always in the news for a new president due to bad choices by people that govern Jackson State. And so
Thank you.
that's
Thank you.
what I have.
Thank you. You want to add anything? Okay. We're not gonna forget about you.
He made some input already. Though. Yeah. How's it? Other input or ideas from either of you?
So what has stood out to you? Have you been involved with leadership here in your 4 years? And what issues have you lamented about and said, oh, I wish this was different?
I guess with all of the leaders, starting with when I first got here, Mr. Thomas Hudson. He was, it's presented himself a good man, which I have nothing bad to say about him, but, I guess in different, with enrollment management, well, I work.
Enrollment.
I work with undergraduate admissions.
Mm-hmm.
And I first started, it was Dr. Josiah Sampson, who was over enrollment management. He was a very good person. And then we had Miss Linda Rush. She was one of the people that were always for the student. Dating back to when she first started teaching here at Jackson State and working in undergraduate in improvement.
Mm-hmm.
She started there. And so over the years since we have got new leadership, we have not, the new people they have brought in have not stood up to what they need to be. And so I would say that many times, well, one, the enrollment numbers, we don't know what that is,
Mm-hmm.
but just with leadership, not just our president, but people on her cabinet. Some of them are very incompetent, I believe. And then we have people who, I guess, just don't really care. From the university itself, and it's time to let the check. It's time to there. And so I would say that the just the presence of being here at Jackson State is not the same as when I first started. But I do wanna, try to make a difference if I can to bring back that spirit.
Sure,
Thank you.
sure. So we always like to hear some concrete examples, though. So when you say more student-centered leaders, when you think about that, what story moves your heart to say that?
I would say this.
Oh, me? I'll go to the mic, yeah.
So I guess what leads me to say that is one of our acting president that we had, Dr. Elaine Hayes Anthony. She was, I guess, nobody's perfect,
No.
but she was one of the people that, as I said, cared for the students. If there was an issue, many people can go to her, write letters to her, and she would try to see what she can do, work it out. And if it was something that she could do in her power, then she did that. Another thing too is, I guess, I did, like I say, I don't know anything our previous president did, the one that just left. I can't tell you, but I do know that, like I say, Dr. Anthony has the experience. Is that when it goes back to your question about, I guess, who do we see as someone that's, experienced, and what do we want to see in that leader? If you check her resume, you'll see that she's more than qualified for the job. And also, I would say I did a petition twice. The first time it it was supposed to go to the board. It never did. It was just never presented to the board. It did make the news stations and a lot of people covered it, but that was, I guess, during that. So I started another one recently and would hope that they would actually listen to me this time and more people feel the same way about this whole situation as president. We've had 4 bad choices. Well, not more than 4, but that was before I got here as well. But the ones I've seen, you know, um, and I just want to say too, to the people, I guess, at the IHL, that for the people that are not our color, this, so that we have a better understanding, but this Negro school, some of you all call it, we need a true leader. We need someone who's going to pull us through, so I don't.
Okay,
All right,
thank you.
thank you. Other input, students especially.
Yes, yes,
Yes,
because you
ma'am.
want the people that are online to be able to hear you.
And give us a record in case we need to go back and make sure we got everything.
So we're talking about personal and professional attributes, challenges or priorities that the president needs to be ready to step up to deal with, or opportunities, what's going well. We just want to hear what's on your heart. Yes,
Yes, you
absolutely.
may.
And you're going to tell us your name and where you are when you get there.
Well walked.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Peyton Poe. I am currently a senior here at Jackson State, a chemistry major. And I would just like to say, as a student who lives near here, I live in Pocahontas, Mississippi, and who has grown up around Jackson State with their family, entire family going to Jackson State as well. I think that in a president, we want to see us have a community again. I think that under President Thompson, not Thompson. Ooh, I'm so sorry. Under our last president, I remember we would see him a lot. Definitely being able to catch him in the student center, catch him anywhere, having that lively, we know you in a sense, to be able to interact. Definitely more meetings with organizations. Well, that also is on the student's part, on the president's part, going to the president's house, knowing that it's over there, knowing that our president, again, as was stated earlier, wants to talk to us, that we can talk to you. If we send an email, even if it's not, given back to us right then in a timely manner, to know that our president really wants to listen to us. I would also like to say that, again, as a native here, there's a lot of things that I would want to see brought back up. We've had incidents on this campus as it pertains to safety. I believe one of those things is opening up all of our safety guards. When I was a child, there was never a time where I went around the roundabout on John R. Lynch Street and that gate was not open. Like maybe at night, but there was always a guard there to check. It was never a completely closed situation. And even though these are very trying times, making sure that our students are able to enjoy the few luxuries that we do have. We are short-staffed as it pertains to residential and housing life, and that makes it to where we can't do a lot of things within that or within our usual scope in housing and residential life, from what I understand. And we've had to pull back on certain things, as from what I understand. And of course, that's not the school's fault, but having a president that will back us and say, hey, this is what we're doing, definitely having transparent meetings. We used to have pieces with the president, maybe something of that nature, again, to the broad public, I think would help. And as it pertains to professional attributes, I would personally like a president that has either gone to a HBCU or has studied definitely the culture of a HBCU, and especially the HBCU that they are vying to be the president of, because not only do I feel like culture here is important, I feel like shaping our culture, making our culture better, and keeping our legacy as Jackson State alive is extremely important here. That is all I have currently. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Other input? Yes,
Other students? Any thoughts you have? Where, you can speak more than once.
now if we do this right, this will be your only chance to make input into a presidency.
Because you graduated
think-
and the person will stay is what he's.
That's what I'm saying. I just think you really.
Are you a
Um,
student? She's not a student. Go ahead, go ahead.
I'm just gonna say we would really like for the IHL and the search committee, to work with us and listen to exactly what we have to say, because I feel that's been a thing in the past. We've been speaking, but we've not heard. And so, as Fannie Lou Hammond says, we're sick and tired of being sick and tired. We really are. And so that's one thing I would say. Just hopefully that y'all get it right this time. And I did like the point that Ms. Poe made about we needing, I guess, interactions with our president again.
Mhm.
That stopped. And I'm not not gonna make any comments on the current interim president, but like I say, we just gonna have to work together and fight to get it right. That's for all of Jackson State alumni, students, faculty and supporters, and many more. We're gonna have to fight to get it right. But thank you.
Thank you.
And that's why we're having these listening sessions with you, starting with your board and all the stakeholder groups, because we do want to hear, we're not making assumptions about anything. We want to hear what's really the current reality for stakeholders of Jackson State University. Yes.
Going back to what I was saying earlier in supporting us, my background on campus a little bit is that I was a senator in our SGA, our Student Government Association, for 2 years. And support that I would like to see is when our Senate especially is fighting for different bills to be able to help us. Like, we have access to our archives, but the kind of like the full ability to go in there, understand, hey, what did our past presidents used to do for this? How has this issue been resolved? Why is this issue coming back up again? If this issue has been resolved, is there any way that we can um, resolve it again? And to have your input on that, like, as our president, do you feel like this is an issue that we can really fix? Or do you think that this is something that might have to be ongoing for the next 2 to 3 years past our time? And a lot of things often are, but having that input, having that support of, maybe you don't have to know every bill that's going on, but I remember specifically we were working with our housing and residence life on different bills, and they were very cooperative. But I remember being in Senate meetings, and just every time we would bring it up, it would be pushed down. Kind of having the support and understanding from a president's side, um, as a Senate member, because of course our pro tempore and our vice president get to sit in with meetings, certain meetings with our president, our vice president. We as a general Senate don't really get to do that. So definitely coming in with our full body SGA more as well, talking to them about, what we can and can't, not even what we can and cannot do, but what is a short-term goal, a midterm goal, a long-term goal, and how within your own attributes you plan on, because we have gone through like 5 presidents since I've been here. I've been here for what, 3 years, and I think I've either seen three to five presidents. And so how do you plan on being here long term, whoever is being here long term, to ensure, if I'm putting in this work for 3 years for something such as opening up the TBLS building, because there used to be an indoor pool there. And I know a lot of our students, it's the South, it's hot in the summer. We want a pool. There's a bowling alley. We have an entire bowling team. Why is our bowling team having to go to outside resources to bowl when we have this wonderful resource here on campus? Things of that nature. How can we, as an SGA that's supposed to support our people as students, also get support from you guys to see what's the short term, midterm, and long term goal?
Thank you.
Anyone else?
So,
Yes, go ahead.
sure.
First to start off, my name is Mariah Osborne. I'm a sophomore biology pre-nursing major from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. I think we're talking about like a problem that we would like solve and stuff like that. Okay. I think housing is like a major issue. I feel like housing is not just for the freshmen. I feel like it's catered to everyone on campus because not everyone is from Jackson and not everyone has the capability to be able to live off campus. Not everyone has a car to drive to and from campus from their off-campus apartment. I feel like housing is a necessity for being on college. It's definitely like the way of life. Like, you have to live on campus to really get the college experience. I was personally put in a hotel at the beginning of the semester, and I moved into transitional dormitory September 26th. We started school like August, beginning of August, and I didn't get housing till then, and I was calling all throughout the summer and I didn't get housing. I feel like housing should be inclusive for all students, not just the freshmen, because students like me are not from here. I need to be on campus. I need to be able to stay on campus, and some people cannot be able to come here because they don't have on-campus housing. Some people might live from California and then are not able to get housing, so they have to withdraw from the university. So I feel like campus housing should be a necessity, and I feel like it should be catered to all students, not just freshmen.
Okay,
Very good. Thank you.
thank you. Give for being so specific too. Thank you.
Other input? What do you think are the first few things your next president should focus on?
I know you talked about short-term, long-term, midterm priorities, and really that's an important framework to think about. So what needs immediate attention? I know housing has been brought up several times. So other than housing, what else needs to be a top priority that needs to be addressed right away?
I guess other than housing, well, starting with administration, we need a better, people who are more better candidates in those positions. And then we need to start, also, I guess, go with, which this president needs to be able to be, I guess, active, like I say, with students and understanding. As far as like they made the points about it's back on housing, but on many other things, services, scholarships. We don't, it's not very many scholarship programs by Jackson State itself, um, and from different colleges. And I know that we can get money, but the donators need someone that's gonna be trustworthy. And I believe that's a issue too, with, it's not, they don't feel that the people are, who's ever in position now is not ready to be able to take on the task of handling money. And then also faculty support as well. I feel a lot of faculty here and staff have issues with other departments and things, and I feel like that it needs to be a better system for them as well. So I think that's all.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Other students?
Hello, my name is Javon Banks. My bad. My name is Javon Banks. I'm a senior from Chicago, Illinois, major in mathematics education. One thing I can say is we're making it more affordable for students. Just this year, I paid about $1,000 just to take online classes. So I had a lot of friends who have withdrawn from the campus just because they couldn't afford to come to school. So making school more affordable and giving out more scholarships to the students. The next president, I'll have good networking skills. So you can't have grants coming to the school. Like my freshman year, we got a lot of grants. So a lot of students won't have to pay a lot of money out of pocket. So making school affordable and opening up more jobs to students on campus. Like the bowling alley, we could open up the bowling alley and students could work at the bowling alley. The pool, we could have students as lifeguards at the pool. More restaurants on campus so students can work and afford school.
Thank you.
I would like to say that something that I think should be a short-term goal is public safety because again, as a senior here, I remember going through 2 campus deaths in less than 1 year. And that definitely is a frame be or shapes your experience at a college. So, like I stated earlier, when I was younger, all the security points had security all throughout the night. And if it wasn't throughout the night, they would at least have it during the day. So then you know who is coming on campus. And there's less, I would say less traffic, but it'll be easier for us to share our resources and still be safe when we can have these security points. I know that there's a gate right behind the student center, actually, that's by Alex, and you will have students going over there, and it's dark at night. And, picking up food, picking up packages, of course, but that becomes a safety concern because it's a bit dark over there. There's no one in that security booth to if anything happens, explain what happens. So I think that would be a short-term goal, in my opinion, that we can work towards. I also agree with Sir over there at the door about different grants and things towards the school. As a chemistry major and someone who kind of works in our labs and sees how our professors fight to get grants to ensure that we can have the right instrumentation and have the proper updates for those instrumentations to ensure that our research is credible. I think that it's important for us to get grants. And as a person my entire friend group is not from here. I have a friend from Texas, um, Missouri, and California. That's my main friend group. Seeing how they've had to move off campus is not necessarily disheartening because, a lot of other schools, their students move off campus after freshman year, but they are given reliable off campus housing options. Like, hey, we know that these people in this apartment are, renting out to students. Their rent's a little lower than most people around because the options that we've given our students aren't really financially feasible either. We've given them the hotel earlier this year, but that was $6,000 for a semester. For comparison, I live in the apartments across from Student Center and one university, and the most you can pay for that room, for a room, if you're in a single by yourself with a living room, from what I remember, is $6,200. The hotel is you're in a hotel sharing a room with someone. You don't have the amenities that you would have over at one U. So you don't have a full size refrigerator, you don't have a stove or anything like that. And you have to get transported unless you have a car, which means you're working on someone else's schedule. So I think having reliable options as it pertains to if we're going to have off campus housing, because I know it's not a lot of land over here to work with, having a reliable off-campus option provided from the school. Um, because other than the hotel, we have the lofts, but the lofts are $7,500 a semester and up. If I'm out of state, I'm already paying out of state tuition on top of what it is for anything else to be here, on top of if I get a car, how I'm going to get the car here, and then $7,500 a semester for a studio. That's just a studio. And that's just if you're living in there, not if you have a studio or you have a 2 bedroom and someone else is living there and or a 1 bedroom and someone else is living there and you're both sharing a space. That's even more money for less room, less, by yourself, things of that nature. So definitely doing something like that. I think a midterm goal would be to open up different amenities on campus, such as the bowling alley and the TB Ellis building. Again, the TB Ellis building had a lot of wonderful things. One of the most notable things for me, of course, was the pool, but you had another basketball court. You had dancing studios on the second floor, and you had classrooms. Going back to again what our student over there had said, those are chances for our students to not only learn, but to see what they want to do in their profession. If I want to be a dancing teacher, it would be, it would help if I could say, hey, this is the type of dance I want to teach. is there any way I can rent out this not rent out, but use the studio during this time and perhaps teach a class every Thursday? Not only does that boost student morale, but that gives a student a chance to really try out their occupation. Again, with lifeguard services, that gives you certifications, that gives you training. And I think that's important for our students because colleges, well, it's not only 4 years, but it's typically 4 years. What can we do after that? We need skills, hard skills after that. And I think a long-term goal, before I get to long-term, back to short-term goals, again, having a good relationship with our students and with the public. I don't want to feel like I'm questioning the motives of my president. Why is my president here? Is like I don't see them a lot. They don't really do anything, but I'm always hearing something about them. Like, what's my president really here for? Having that morale, again, it doesn't even have to be pizza with the president, but just stopping by the cafeteria to eat with us sometimes, or I feel like, but I'm sorry, but stopping by the student center, saying what's up, things of that nature. Again, ensuring that our student body not only knows you by name, but knows you by face. Um, and then going back to long-term goals, again, being able to put your input. I think that president should be here for a duration of time because you guys see how change happens. You guys see how different classes come in and different trends happen and different trends change. It would be important for you guys to stay here for long because you then get to help, again, as I said earlier, shape our legacy. If this is straying from what you know Jackson State is about, how we can bring our students back into the prime of what Jackson State is and what we're really here to give, the opportunities and the experiences that we're here to give our students. Um, I think that's all I got. Thank you, guys.
Very
Thank
good.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other input?
Other thoughts?
Gonna give you a couple more minutes to think about it, because I know there's some more thoughts out there. Now, you're aware there's an online opportunity to make further input? Okay, good. Utilize that if you have some more thoughts later or some that you didn't want to share here, but that you think are important. Want to make sure we've got all the input possible before we build this profile. So I want to thank you all for coming out and sharing with us. It's been very good. You've made some great input today. It's been very, very helpful. Be very, very useful to us as we build this profile. So thank you.
And tell your friends to do the survey too.
There's
Those
other
who
sessions.
that couldn't make it, fill out the survey link. The students is 11 and 3. Another one's at 3 o'clock today. So. Okay.
All right.
Well, we'll be
Count
looking
now.
for you.
Indeed.
It's 1 o'clock sharp. Okay, good afternoon, everyone.
Absolutely.
Welcome. Thank you for joining us. My name is Kim Bobby and I'm a principal with AGB Search. Been with the firm since 2017 and done searches all across the nation for higher education institutions, every sector, including HBCUs. Have been a faculty member and administrator and worked for foundations and associations across the board in K-12. So I've pretty much been across the education landscape. I've been in education for about 35 years and have really enjoyed the work and partnering with an institution and really hearing what's on the hearts and minds of the stakeholders as they hire a new president. That's why we're here. We want to hear from you what we should be, first of all, putting in that profile, a synthesis. There's a link out there that's asking the same questions. So we're going to synthesize what we hear, but also our notes that we take in these sessions are good for us when we have one-on-one conversations with candidates to give them an insight as to, you know, how their background, their body of work, their experiences, their personal and professional attributes, how they line up with what Jackson State is looking for in the next president. And that's exactly what we're going to ask you about. What challenges and opportunities, or what challenges and priorities, excuse me, if you had a sheet of paper and you were to slip it to the president, top 5 priorities, challenges that you think they should address immediately. And then what opportunities are there? What's the good news? What's going well? And then when you think about encountering that individual and then being successful at dealing with those challenges and opportunities, what personal and professional attributes will they need to be successful to get that work done? Okay, so that's kind of an overview. Carlton?
I'm Carlton Brown. I'm an AGB search consultant. I'm also an AGB general consultant on the governance side, working with boards and presidents to improve institutions. I've been with them also since 2017. Prior to that, I was president of Clark Atlanta University for 8 years until I retired in 2015. Prior to that, I was president of Savannah State University for 10 years. And prior to that, I spent 10 years at Hampton University, first as a dean, then as a vice president. So I've spent a good 30 years of my life in HBCUs and been working with them ever since. And part of my work with the Association of Governing Boards is actually working with the boards of many of the historically Black colleges and universities. So as Kim said, we're here to understand what is needed in your next president and what the issues and concerns are that you have as we move in that direction. How all this works is we take all this input from all the stakeholder groups and we build a profile for the presidency. That profile becomes the North Star, as Kim likes to put it, about everything we do in the search. It'll govern all the advertisements, it'll govern our recruitment activities, it'll govern how we sort through the candidates that we're recruiting for this search, and it will help inform the search committee in doing their work. You should also know that the board is also deeply involved in this process and has made its input, and some may be listening online as we go through these sessions too. Because the idea is that everyone has to have a keener understanding of what is needed at Jackson State University in order to move the institution forward. So once that profile comes out, we'll be recruiting candidates from practically everywhere. There will some that will volunteer themselves, some of whom will be folks we refer to as frequent flyers. They never saw a presidency they shouldn't get. And we can't stop them from applying. We can simply stop them from getting. And we do that, I think, very, very well. But we're going to try to find the very best candidates for this position as we go forward. So with that, let's just go to the first question. The very first question we want to ask you, and we need your input on this, is what are the 2 or 3 most important talents, skills, and attributes that the next president should possess? You can also include in that their background experiences, what they know how to do, where they've been, that sort of thing. And when you make your input, we do need you to step to that mic because we want to record this for our later sorting through to make sure we've got all your input correct. I
Okay.
knew she was going to be first. I can tell by the look on her. I can tell.
I brought notes.
All right.
Okay, so if I refer to this paper, this is, first, let me thank you all for your work and what you're doing in helping find the most suitable candidate for the next presidency of Jackson State University. And I appreciate the Board of Trustees for the Institutions of Higher Learning as well as the Commissioner to allow us to have an opportunity to weigh in. I'm going to refer, I did take the time to complete the survey.
Very good. Very good.
So with respect to the first question of the 2 or 3 most important talents that the next president should possess, for me, the very first and most important attribute would be a student-focused understanding of academics. I consider myself probably one of the least qualified people to weigh in on this subject because I've only been in the academic environment for less than 2 years. But I came to Jackson State on February 1st, 2024. On February 1st, 2024, the Faculty Senate issued a vote of no confidence on the Division of Academic Affairs. It is imperative that the next president of Jackson State University be able to work collaboratively with faculty. In order to do that, they would need to have an understanding of the academic landscape, the value and contributions and roles of faculty, and to be able to communicate with faculty successfully. Without faculty, there can be no academic success at any university. And that would be one of the challenges that the next president may have coming into Jackson State University. I would be remiss if I did not point out that our interim president has done a yeoman's job of rehabilitating that administrative to faculty relationship. And I think it's going to be crucial that whomever gets the seat is able to build on that and maintain that collaborative environment. The second attribute that I have on my list is, again, not having been in academia, probably less qualified to speak on this, but having been in state government over 30 years, amply qualified to speak on this, would be fiscal responsibility. Whomever has the seat for the next presidency of Jackson State University is going to have to understand not only the academic component of running a university, but the financial component of running a university. What I like to think of in my mind as the business of university. Many people may not understand, because Jackson State is a state institution of higher learning, presuppose that it is fully state funded. That is not how it works. All universities in this particular political and economic environment are going to have financial challenges. If you don't have someone who is able to weigh out, be frugal, make good use of assets and stewardship, they won't last, and the university won't last. And the third attribute that I have on my list is a sufficient connection to the university in order to understand the university culture. Listening to the two of you and your background in HBCU searches and your service in HBCU environments, it is clear to me that you understand that all HBCUs are not created equal. Whomever takes this seat will have to understand the student population. Over 80% of Jackson State University students are on some type of financial aid. 66% of our student population, based on latest data, is Pell eligible. So if you're talking about being able to relate to alumni, understanding the specific culture of Jackson State, that all HBCUs are not created equal, and be able to relate to that in a sustainable, community building manner. And again, these are my observations from my last 18 months or so here at Jackson State. And I don't think while I appreciate that you will bring the IHL board a plethora of amply qualified and suitable candidates, I think what we have in the seat in interim President Dr. Gregory is really who we need because she understands the culture. She's deeply connected to the university throughout her family. She's an alum. She's fiscally conservative, and she truly understands the academic landscape.
Thank you.
Thank you.
In Georgia, we used to call it state considered institutions. Other input on that first question?
For those of you that just came in, we're capturing information for the profile for the presidential search. We'll be working with your marketing communications for the larger part of the profile, but these sessions are to hear from you what's on your hearts and minds about the challenges and priorities the president should be prepared to face and deal with based on experience. What opportunities are there to be leveraged? What's good going on? And then what personal and professional attributes? And then when you speak, if you'll go to the mic and say who you are, okay? So feel free to chime in, don't be shy. We need your input. This is your moment to put your input into this profile. This is your moment to help shape what the candidate pool here that Jackson State University is looking for. As Carlton said, we're working with your board, we're working with other stakeholder groups. So everyone has an opportunity to weigh in. So this is your chance.
What academic units are you from?
Odetta Whitney, I'm from the Office of General Counsel.
Okay, very good. And others? What?
Division of General Counsel.
You look like that kind of team.
Any other thoughts from anybody else? If she's got, I see. Okay, when you speak, if you go to the mic and then you.
Oh, here comes General Counsel.
Hi, good afternoon.
The mic.
I'm sorry.
So the reason why we want you to speak into the mic so that the people that are online can hear what everyone is saying.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. My name is Tiffany Dawkins. I'm the Director of Legal Operations and the Division of General Counsel. And as far as my thoughts on what the next president should possess, I think it's someone with integrity, someone who is honest, someone who is trustworthy, who is true to their word, someone who is supportive, not, you know, we know we are here for the students, but supportive of the faculty and the staff as well. Someone who genuinely cares about this institution and its students. Someone who creates an environment that is a collaborative environment, who wants to work amongst each other as well as with outside stakeholders and people in the community. I have a couple of other, someone who is very personable, someone who is easy to communicate with, not someone who is standoffish or who has a closed door policy, or you have to go through a director or a supervisor before you can get to them, but someone who is inviting, someone who is professional at the same time. Someone who thinks that recruitment is important and retention of our students is important. A lot of times I hear parents say they didn't get a lot of information from Jackson State about the institution, whereas they received a lot of marketing material from other institutions. We need to do what we can to recruit those students, and I think the next president also should be focused on whatever it takes to recruit and go into these communities outside of our local area to recruit students as well as retain students. I think that we need someone who I wrote down quite a few things, I'm sorry.
I can see that.
Take your time.
For now, I think I'm just gonna wrap it up right there, but thank you again.
So you'll be back?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Thank you. And we have someone over here that's next.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Sarita Washington, and I serve as one of the mental health counselors as well as assistant director for the Latasha Norman Center for Counseling Services. I just wanted to speak on behalf of the students. I'm rooting for the students. JSU is home for me, so on their behalf, I definitely feel that it is important that our next presidential candidate would definitely have a invested interest in the mental health of our students. All of these changes have been quite impactful, mental health wise on our students. We've seen it. I've been at the Latasha Norman Center since 2018. So this cycle has been pretty impactful on the mental health of our students. Mental health is big now, so that's something that we do have to take into full consideration, how it affects the students mentally, psychologically, and we just hope that the next person will definitely have the mental health regarding our students at their better interest.
Thank you. Other input on this first question? Well, then, let's move on to the second question. We can always come back to it. And the second question is, whoops, I've lost it. What are the 2 or 3 most important opportunities that await the next president? In other words, what are those things that this next president should run into, be receptive of, begin to address? She's back already.
Thank you again.
Mhm.
I think the next president should be prepared to address safety concerns. With Lincoln and the recent shooting there, and just recent shootings, mass shootings overall, there needs to be a concerted effort to ensure the safety of our students. And whatever that entails, if it includes closing in campus or certain areas so that they're not so easily accessible, we need to look into those types of things. Pardon me, I'm just a little
No
nervous, but so I think the safety of our students is truly important. Training students on how to respond in those instances. So not just as it relates in just closing off campus, but whatever training has to happen so that our faculty and staff are properly informed on how to respond in those instances, as well as our students and what they need to do. I think a focus needs to be on making and ensuring that everyone has an emergency response plan in place so that when these things happen, as they have, that everyone responds quickly, promptly, and effectively to ensure the safety of all of those, our students and our faculty and staff. I think so definitely safety is a priority. We are located, as you know, we are an urban institution located in the heart of urban communities, residential areas, downtown. And so I think that's very important that we focus on that particular point. The next,
Before you leave that, let me
Yes,
ask
sir.
the next question. Do you have mass shooter protocols?
so I know that our Department of Public Safety does have an emergency response plan in place.
Mhm.
And you know, there's ongoing training. I think they're even attending something today as it relates to training their personnel on what to do in.
But what about a plan that involves the mass of the people? Is there such a plan? Have you gone through drills?
So in recent years, I think there's an effort to do more of that. I don't know. I think there probably needs to be more done in that regard.
Yeah.
Yes. So safety. Number two, I would say our water crisis.
Okay.
That is significant. Our infrastructure is not in the best shape as it relates to having the proper pumping mechanisms to adequately make sure that our students have water to shower, water to drink, water to brush their teeth, if in the event we have water issues with the city. So when the city is affected, the campus is affected. And I do not believe that that has had proper attention. And I think there is a need for the president to collaborate with the legislature, as well as the mayor, whomever, to make sure that we have what we need to accommodate the 5,000 plus students that we have on campus, as well as the infrastructure, because if our water pressure is low, it affects our boilers. It affects all of the loops around campus where we don't have air. So it's not just a water issue, it's an air issue. It's a facilities issue. We can't use the facilities. So it's like a trickle down effect that, you know, affects all of us. So I just think those are two that stand out to me. There are probably a couple others, but I'm gonna shut up right now.
No, thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you for the specificity.
Very good input.
Thank you for the specificity, because we're really trying to hear what is really troubling you, what's on the hearts and minds of the stakeholders, okay? So that's helpful.
So, Onetta again, to piggyback off of what Tiffany just shared, it goes to my number two with regard to challenges and opportunities for the next president, which is the financial stabilization of the university. Water infrastructure, public safety, all very important issues. None of that happens without money. None of that happens without budget priorities. None of that happens with a person who would not understand how to prioritize and what our critical areas are. I don't think it's any secret that one of the main priorities or challenges that an incoming president is going to face at Jackson State University is going to be student housing. That is a critical issue for not just Jackson State, but universities across the nation. This may require innovative thinking, but it also may require looking internally instead of externally for solutions. The next president of Jackson State is going to have to be able to be innovative, creative, but also work within the financial constraints that accompany a university's budget to address those and other issues. The third challenge and opportunity, I think, for an incoming president would be administrative recruitment. To me, the university is almost like an organism that has many, many pieces that typically operates in silos. You know, you got an AC problem or water problem, and those people are handling that over there. You've got a student recruitment and retention problem, and those people are handling that over there. You got your CFO who's trying to keep everybody paid, and he's handling that over there. We would need someone who understands collaboration, and able to hear dissent, that does not interpret dissent as division. So we would need someone who understands that the pieces have to come together, because the facilities people may need to know what the public safety people are doing, who needs to know what the student housing people are doing, who needs to understand the healthcare for the other students, and have been privileged to work again. And Dr. Gregory is not paying me. But she has truly been able to bring all of the pieces together where we are working more collaboratively and less in silos. And whomever assumes this seat is going to have to be able to continue her work on that. And let me be clear, since I know this is being broadcast all over everywhere. I came out of retirement to take this job, and I expect to return to retirement as probably when this process is concluded. So I just want to be clear. I'm not advocating for a job. I'm advocating for the change that I have seen since Dr. Gregory has been in that position.
Appreciate it.
So there's no check involved in this at all.
There's no check. There's no check. But y'all need my cash app.
Thank you. Anyone else? Please feel free to go to the mic, and I know you all have thoughts, because what I do know is this is a very engaged community that loves this institution. So I know you all have some thoughts about this.
Besides the Office of General Counsel.
Well, we see it all.
Well, we know you
And
do.
we should have said this too, that no one's, whatever you say is not attributed like
Right.
to your name. We're gonna synthesize everything we heard.
Yeah.
So this is your chance to weigh in. Thank you.
We know you see it all. Every time I get a new position, the first order of business, I take General Counsel out to lunch. And we have a two-part conversation. What have you been through? And the second part is, let me tell you what you're about to go through. You know?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Angeline Reddick. I've been a staff member in total for 15 years at Jackson State University, so I've seen the different leadership changes and.
What's your
so
role? Where do you work? What department?
I am currently a program manager for the Research Center for Minority Institutions.
Oh, yes.
It's a research grant funded by NIH.
Yep. Amazing.
So a couple of the opportunities that I made notes about, number one is creating a student-first operational culture where the administrative processes are streamlined and technology is leveraged to support the student success. Champion JSU's research mission and investing in high demand interdisciplinary programs such as data science, cybersecurity, and public health that are aligned with the global trends and career opportunities for our graduates. Another opportunity for the future president is harnessing the unmatched power of the JSU Alumni Network. Activating our global JSU Alumni Network and creating more philanthropy opportunities through the Alumni Network. And just in all total to architect a modern HBCU by strategically aligning our academic offerings with the future of work for our graduate students.
All right. Thank you.
Other input on this question, priorities and opportunities. Let's see now, I see a couple of faces burning to say something. Officer in the back row, for example, you got about 3 things you wanted to say. I've clocked them in so far.
That is
Okay, coming back to you now. Coming back. See, who else did I see? Like the head.
Now people are not gonna look at you, Carlton.
It's too late. I've already cataloged them.
That's what I would do. Don't make eye contact, don't make eye. So really, this
Sir.
is a safe space. You're helping to make this process more authentic.
You've had a number of things cross through your mind since we've been here. You want to share? Well, you've been doing a little bit more than listening. You've been processing some stuff. You've been doing a little bit more than listening. You've been processing a lot of stuff. Mhm.
My name is Dr. Michael Gates.
Mike, the mic. Gotta go to the mic. You want your colleagues online to hear you.
Yeah, yeah, we do. And once we get to your mic, we know you're gonna let it all out.
No. The one thing with the opportunities is that I would like to convey is I work in the Division of Research.
Mhm.
We deal with external funding. The General Counsel talk about money. And there's an old saying my father used to say, money doesn't solve everything, but it takes care of 99% of whatever your challenges are. The landscape is changing in regards to research. The federal dollars, state dollars are dwindling. So one of the things that I would like to see is that the new president look at some innovative ways to increase our external funding. And one of the ways I think would be very, very helpful is industry. And I think that once research is reestablished here, our research dollars are kind of fickle now, then that can be another resource mechanism to take care of whatever it is, recruiting, housing. You talk about the operational or infrastructure. And at this point, I think that's paramount that we find additional funding sources.
Okay,
Very good.
thank you.
I appreciate that.
Thank you. That's important. I hear that in every search now, resource
Yep.
diversification.
Mhm. And particularly for research universities, that is a critically important aspect of the work right now. And you obviously cannot totally rely on federal funds anymore. And nobody knows how bad that's going to get because it's going to get worse. And states, quite frankly, are quite strapped right now in terms of their capacity to push more money toward their universities. So you've got to look to business and industry, and you got to talk about those multi-part partnerships and create some interest among industry in all parts of your university. And that has to happen. So that's very good input.
And so all that you're saying is important to note that there's no unicorns out there. There's not going to be one candidate that delivers on everything. But if we list these kinds of things in the profile that they can at least speak to, right? So some of them are going to have a strong, innovative research diversification portfolio. So then they can answer that question through their own experience. They might not have some other experience with something else, But so that's why it's important for us to really be specific. Don't just say a broad leadership experience. We need you to have experience with X, Y, and Z. And then once we have that list, you're going to see which candidates can address most of that. Then that's how you see who's more competitive because they've done the work.
Mm-hmm.
But you've got to give them some breadcrumbs.
We also look for candidates to have a clear understanding of their own shortcomings. What are the things that I don't do well, and what are my opportunities? And good candidates will ask this question. So what are my opportunities to hire some additional vice presidents and directors in these critical areas? And so we look for that as well, because again, there are no unicorns there. There are no, as far as we know, Jesus is not back.
No.
Okay, as far as we know.
Working with boards.
And if I read it all correctly, he said, don't count on that when you think you need to count on it. You have to count on yourselves and moving forward in that way. So we want to make sure that we get all the input so that we can sort through these candidates and educate them properly about the opportunity. Any other inputs? All right, here we go. See, she didn't make eye contact.
You know, cause you, it's a cat's out of the bag now, Carlton.
I know. And don't y'all tell the next people either.
Tries to start a
Tell
little
'em what I do.
conversation and then reel you in.
Tell them what I do. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Candle Tenor. I am currently a quality care officer at the university. I made a couple notes, but literally Miss Onetta kind of said everything, excuse me, that I.
She tried to take everything.
But she did an awesome, she did an awesome job. It was one other thing that I did want to add for the new president. There, you know, most times when presidents come or people in leadership come into roles, they want to change up policies and processes to fit what they feel is best for the institution. There really are some policies that are implemented at Jackson State that works for Jackson State. So I'm saying that to say that if the new president would, instead of just kind of hit the ground running to change this and change this, learn what things have worked. Just in the past, like what were some processes that really worked, that sustained, and that we did grow from. I think that's what I'm trying to say. But there are some policies that really do work at Jackson State if we could keep them. In my role now, I did have the opportunity to talk with students directly, and some of the students that I have spoken with just in this year that were seniors, they have been in this circle with us their entire time at Jackson State with the changing of the presidents. And they did share that each time a different president came, it changed the policy. It changed how things were done, And it made a very bad college experience for them. So just for the new president coming in, if they would take the time to learn, really learn the policies that are, and I said there are a lot of things that do need to change, but there are a lot of things that are awesome about Jackson State that we really do need to sustain as a college.
Thank you. You don't counsel like that.
With this like close my remark, and then I'm not gonna say another thing.
No, you don't have to do that. Don't.
No, let do it. See, come back. The same.
This job search, probably like any other job search, on paper, you're gonna, I'm sure, without naming any names, I'm sure there will be a number of applicants with PhDs. And some of these applicants may have PhDs in chemistry from Georgia Tech. Some of these candidates may also have done scientific research with the United States Department of Agriculture, who understand research and the importance of research to a university. Some of these applicants are likely to be fiscally conservative and may have met certain financial benchmarks required for state institutions, like having the requisite number of days of cash on hand that perhaps hadn't been there in a very, very long time. Some of these applicants may also be innovative, creative, and very, very good people. But these people overall, when you're looking for a candidate, I would like for you to look for someone with all things being equal, academic credentials, serving as a provost, leading another university for a number of years. The person that assumes the next presidency of Jackson State University needs to be a person that cares about Jackson State University. And everybody with a credential is not going to be able to do that.
We'll wait for your encore performance later. Any other input on any of these questions?
Oh, new voice.
Good afternoon, everyone.
I am Monica Davis Allen. I serve as Deputy General Counsel for Jackson State University. I've been here about 15 months. But I'm coming to you not only as a staff member, but as a proud mother. I have two children that attend Jackson State University. And they transferred from another institution that I shall not name. But it was for certain reasons. And I bring this up because they are now at Jackson State University because this has become an environment for them of collaboration. It has become an environment for them where it's student focused. It has become an environment for them where faculty is invested in them. And I believe those are some of the criteria that have been fostered. And I'm not going to say, it wasn't fostered previously, but it's been focused in and honed in on most recently. And I would say my son actually considered going to another institution, and he is majoring in history. He wants to be a museum curator for African American museums. And I was speaking to another staff member when I first got here. I'm kind of a people person, so I talk to just about anybody. And she told me, oh, well, we have this opportunity, we have this opportunity, we have that opportunity. And I know this person, I know that person. I say that to say the next president is going to have to hone in on the resources that you have within the university. Those connections, those collaborations that will provide additional resources and opportunities for our students, because now my son is looking at a potential internship at African American Museum in Chicago. And so those are homegrown things. Those are things that were incubated and brought forth from inside this university. Another, I know, and we've talked about, of course, housing is an issue. We've talked about collaborations. We've talked about academic success, but those are the real issues. Our students have to know that our faculty and staff are going to support them, but our faculty and staff have to understand that they have leadership that's going to support them. It's a trickle down effect. And so all of us play a role in it. And so as a staff member, I'm gonna play my part, but also as a parent, I'm all in. And not only that, I'm a native of Jackson, Mississippi, born and raised. I'm the only one that did not in my family attend Jackson State University. So I do have a vested interest in ensuring the success. And so I appreciate you all conducting this search, but I also know and have faith that whoever is selected as our next permanent president will be one that is vested in all things that are necessary for our student success, that are incumbent for alumni collaborations, and that are for, support of our staff and faculty. Because again, as it's been stated, without them, where are we? So thank you.
So you're the only one in your family that didn't attend Jackson State?
Yes, sir.
So you're in a period of atonement?
I'll take that.
Okay.
But I did attend an HBCU.
Okay, very good. So your son, is it the DuSable that he's pursuing or one of the others?
I have a daughter and a son.
Okay, but you said one pursuing
My
work
son.
at a museum.
Yes, my son.
Yeah.
He considered another university, and once I started talking in-house, then all these other potential opportunities became available to him, and now he absolutely adores Jackson State University.
So which museum is he trying to get into?
I cannot remember it off the top of my head, but he's working with a friend of a staff member of Jackson State University to make that happen. But right now, he's working under Dr. Robert Luckett, who is a really great jewel here at Jackson State University, and he's working also with the Margaret Walker Alexander Museum. So he's getting his feet wet here, and then we know he's going to do great things.
Outstanding. Very good. Very good. Yes. Other input on any of these questions? You can go back to attributes, traits, characteristics, experiences, background. You can go to priorities. You can go to whatever might be some of the challenges coming up, or anything else you think we need to know, or the questions we didn't ask. Madam General Counsel, benediction. I saw it. She couldn't hold it. She couldn't hold it.
Lord, why did we need the West? We are absent one for another. But work cut out for you. We appreciate the work that you're doing. I think as you vet other candidates, the standard against which they will be measured will be against what we have now. And good luck to you.
Thank
Your
you.
endeavors, and thank you for your work.
Thank you very much. And I'm
Well,
still
you should
going,
know
to
this
I
is-
think you're getting a check.
You all should, you should really walk away knowing that this is a national search. This profile will be just sent out nationally to tell the world that Jackson State University is looking for its next presidents, and here's who we're looking for. Here's what we're looking for them to possess. You can send the profile out to people you may know. You may know somebody who knows someone. We take confidential nominations. Just Carlton and I will take the nominations. Our contact information will be on the profile. We follow up. We don't talk about anybody else who's in the pool. This is a private confidential pool. We don't put anyone at jeopardy. So we don't talk about the pool, and neither will the search committee. So our goal is to create a process where candidates can feel confident in going through the process from start to finish.
And so know that on the initial distribution list, in addition to all the national advertisements, every single HBCU will get this profile. Every research institution in America will get this profile. Every major organization that prepares people for the presidency will get this profile. And everybody else we know will get this profile, and we will work from there. And again, we will also hunt down some candidates once we've got the profile solidified that we believe fit that profile, and try to talk them into getting into this search. I think the search is going to draw enough attention because it's Jackson State. They know what you've done historically. They know, people know what's here. So you're going to get some attention anyway. But we want to get you maximum
The right person.
attention.
We want to get the right person, and that's why being able to speak to specifically to what challenges and priorities they need to be able to address, that helps the person do their own self-assessment. They can say, well, have I done that before? Is this a stretch for me? So you want to give that guidance so that you won't waste their time, you know, that kind of thing. That's why it's really important for us to hear from you as stakeholders.
So thank you. This has been an enjoyable and productive session. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Pleased to have this opportunity to meet with you. We are from AGB Search, which is the firm that the IHL has hired to facilitate your search for your next president. We're going to begin by introducing ourselves and telling you a little bit about this process and what we're looking for today. So I'm Carlton Brown. I'm a senior executive search consultant with AGB Search. I've been with the firm since 2017. I'm also, since 2016, a governance consultant with Association of Governing Boards, dealing with board issues, how boards work, how presidents work, business model issues, et cetera. Prior to that, I was president of Clark Atlanta University from about 2008 to 2015. Prior to that, I was president of Savannah State University for 10 years. And before that, I was at Hampton for 10 years as a dean and vice president. So we are very much of the academy, and we look to see what is important in the lives of HBCUs. These sessions are designed for us to gather feedback and information from every stakeholder group about what they're looking for in their next president, about what the needs are. We take all of that and we mold it into a profile document that becomes, as my colleague likes to say, the North Star for the search. It'll inform all the advertisements, all the recruitment activity, et cetera. And we will use that far and wide to begin to find the appropriate field of people to enter this search. First as basic candidates that the committee can sort through and then begin to find out what else is there. We want you to know the board is deeply engaged with this process and in fact has made some input already. You've got one board member present with you today. We know that others are listening online. So this is very much a fully engaged process. We want all stakeholders engaged. Bobby?
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Kim Bobby, and I'm a principal with AGB Search. I've been with the firm since 2017. I've been in higher education or in education for about 35 years, have worked in all sectors of education, including K-12 and higher ed. Most recently was at the University of Puget Sound as a faculty member in the School of Education and also an administrator, and chief of staff for Prince George's Community College, ACE, the American Council on Education, where I develop leadership programs for aspiring college leaders across the nation. I also work on the governance side of AGB, and I have worked with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation on education reform around the nation as well. So I feel very fortunate to be your partner along with Dr. Brown. We hope to hear from you about what you desire in the next president. This search is confidential. So the candidates want to feel secure that if they enter this search, that they will not be jeopardized at their current place of employment. And so whoever's in the search will not ever be, it's in perpetuity. The finalists will be the people that will be exposed, but search is definitely confidential. And so that's going to help us generate a stronger pool. And so we're hoping that we hear from you. This is your moment to inform that profile that we send out so that candidates can say, is this opportunity something that aligns with my experience, my body of work, my accomplishments? That's how they're going to assess if they want to apply or not. So that's why we have to have a document that is authentic in its communication about what's on the hearts and minds right now of the stakeholders of this institution. And we know Jackson State University is going to be an attractive search. People are going to want to work here for different reasons. And when we hear their why, we want to hear that they understand Jackson State University. They've done their homework and they understand how they align. If someone says, oh, I've always loved the institution, my family's from the area, that's not a good reason, right? We want to hear content. We want to hear why you want to be at Jackson State. We want to hear that you've done your homework and you have knowledge of the institution, what its needs are, and how your skills and abilities are going to move it forward. So with that, I'm going to start out with personal and professional attributes. And because I think that kind of peppers you a little bit to start thinking about challenges that they would need. When you think about the attributes and the skills that they need, they must be tied to some challenges that they need to be able to address. So let's start with that, personal and professional attributes. Oh, and you want to go to the mic because you want your colleagues that are online to hear what you're saying, okay? So let's make sure we keep them in the room.
Again, there's a mad dash to the microphone. Hope people don't trip over each other.
Okay. Yeah. We have one taker.
You know,
Your name and where you are.
oh, sorry, my name is Karen Lindstrom, and I teach in counseling, rehabilitation counseling and psychometric services.
Okay.
And so as a personal attribute and a professional one, I think that the person needs to have a high level of moral development.
Okay.
So they will maintain professional behavior with everyone that they come in contact with.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you for getting us going. Others?
What do you need? My name and what else?
Yes, yeah, everyone has a name and where you work.
Okay. Shauna Smith, the Department of English and Modern Languages. And as someone whose parent worked in administration at an HBCU, I think integrity is a very important attribute that needs to happen. Integrity to the university, making the needs of the university primary. And I would say, as an English professor, communication skills, communication with the faculty, with the staff, with the students, and with the alumni is very, very important. Had something else. Oh, I want someone who's going to make the academic side of JSU shine and put it out front just as much as we see the football team in the bowl. Mm-hmm. Thank you. Others?
Other input? Just on attributes. Is there any particular background you want this person to have had? Do you want them to have been a president somewhere before? Do you want them to have worked at vice presidential level? What are you looking for? So which one of you is going to say what y'all just shared?
Oh, he gave you up right away.
Come on. Come on, bro.
To the mic, you gotta have to the mic.
No? Maybe later? We're gonna come back to you now.
Remember, this is your moment. So
This
then,
is about getting
so,
your input.
right. So then you don't want to you look into the future when the president comes and you're saying, well, they don't do this, they don't have this background. Well, we didn't hear from you. You know, there might be some nugget that you have that can make all the difference. And this is what we always say when we develop questions for the candidates. We develop a draft set of questions that, you know, we want the committee to consider because the questions need to ask the right questions to get the right information from the candidates, right? Makes sense? We don't want them to come to the end of the interviews and say, well, this candidate didn't speak about X, Y, or Z. And then somebody says, well, we didn't ask them. So same thing here, okay? And when the president comes, you want to be able to say, I see, you know, I see something that we discussed in this person. But if you don't contribute, then
She's back again.
okay, but I'm not preaching, but I'm just saying, this is your moment, so fill out
Okay
either,
for
if
you
you
to
don't feel this. You could also fill out the link if you don't feel comfortable, but we need to hear from you.
I think it's important to have a prior experience at the administration level,
Mm-hmm.
and especially in HBCU. I think that's important. I think having somebody whose ego is already developed, so it's easier for them to maintain moral development and moral decisions that don't hurt the university or himself long term. So I think having already been there is a good attribute to look for. So I would hope that you would look for someone who's already had a lot of higher administration at HBCU.
Thank you.
Very good. Other input on attributes. Skill sets, traits, characteristics, background, experience. What do you want them to have had?
Okay.
I've been waiting on you, been sitting over there holding on to stuff for no apparent reason.
Happy Monday, everyone.
Happy Monday.
I'm Don Span, Department of Journalism and Media Studies. One of the things that that's important and been touched upon in terms of moral characters and definitely important, integrity, but a visionary. Someone, not just a visionary, but then the plan in terms of how they're gonna make that vision come to fruition. Definitely great communication skill with everyone. We say everyone, beyond the campus, we know the students, the faculty, staff, but the community as a whole. How do we come together as one? We talk about the JSU being, one, but again, someone who can pull us all together and understand what it takes, and not just a good communicator, but a good listener at the same time. We got to be able to listen to what's being said and value that. I think that's important. Value different opinions, because as we know, to be successful, we may not always agree, but we should have enough, just enough, again, just understanding, just seeing it from a different perspective. So I definitely think a visionary is important, because we know where we are now, but in 5 years, in 10 years, how do we get there? And how do we bring everybody else on board to help us get there?
Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Other input? Yeah, I'm still looking up upstairs there. So I know y'all got something you need to put on the table. Well, let's move to the next question then. See what we've got there. So what do you think are the 3 most important opportunities that await the next president in terms of things to do and must get done at Jackson State University? What are those things? They could be things that have been sitting there waiting to get done for a long time. Could be something brand new.
I think we're trying to go to, R1 level research, so that should be priority. That takes a lot of money
Yep.
and, a lot of changes, like the IRB needs to be open, all year long, so things can get across their desk and so research can be done. And right now, of course, the administration, as in, White House, is difficult and up and down, but I think there's grants out there that can help us and help us on that track. So some more help with grants, as well as a more accessible IRB. And so I think that would be helpful to make sure that then it helps faculty know that instead of the IRB being a, oh my gosh, it's like more of a, oh, okay.
Yep. So,
And then of course, grants that people can learn how to use different tools to get grants. And of course, the president needs to go after money himself. He needs to go to legislature and at state level, and he needs to, have a passion in his heart for HBCU, JSU to meet that challenge and to be known as a place to go to college.
Very good. Other input on opportunities. What do you think ought to be the next president's major priorities as he or she comes into the situation?
Can't pick everything. So what in your mind would be if you had a sheet of paper you can give to the president, say, these are the top 5 you need to focus on, starting day 1. We know you can't focus on everything, but here's a list. What would be on that list?
So would it be better if you two guys came to the microphone together? Would that help us? Well, I don't know. if
Yeah,
you can
he's the
move that
leader.
way.
He's the leader because he
Yeah.
got his arms crossed. He's
Yes.
the leader.
Come on, we gotta get some input from one of you. Come on.
Remember, what would be on that list? If you could say, and you want the president to be successful, right? You got to go to the mic. Yes.
Yes.
I'll make it very short.
And that's okay. We have
Take
to.
your time. We worked hard enough to get you up there, so, you know.
Yes. My name is Lamar Superryan. I teach in the history department. I've been here at Jackson about 15 years. One of the things I do hear very often is that the lack of salary, the salary is inadequate.
Okay.
So that has been a challenge for retaining faculty here at Jackson State. And also the support for research financially. Those are 2 areas I think should be discussed. That's all. Thank you.
Very good.
Good. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Now, see, nobody else had raised the salary issue before, so maybe you just stayed there and left that out. Then you got a president coming in saying, well, we know the salaries are not a problem. You don't want
Because
that.
nobody said anything.
You don't want that. Okay, so he led the way, gentlemen.
Anyone else? Other priorities, challenges that you want to see on that list?
I'm sure this will be addressed with the students, but better housing for the students, completed projects, with all of the things that they need that are working and effective and comfortable for them. The reason why it impacts faculty is when there's issues with students coming to class because of different challenges with housing. And I've seen that.
Makes everybody's job easier, right? Students come and can be focused.
See, that's very important because years ago, when I was getting ready to build new residence halls at Savannah State, there were those who said you can't make them too comfortable because the students won't come to class. We found the opposite. We built Class A multi-person suites, and we found that quality of life was so enhanced that they readily engaged in the rest of life. So there's a beautiful walk from the residence halls to the academic buildings. Cafeteria at the other end, so you've got to stop to a cup class before you get to the food. And it's the whole environment that you build that makes it work or not work. So that's critically important. And too many people, I think, that engage with institutions don't understand the relationship between the quality of housing and other amenities and class attendance and deeper engagement from students. Also impacts the mental health issues in an enormous way. So that's very good input.
Others?
I'm still looking up at the back row. No, you walk back.
Buddies, those your buddies up there.
Try to look behind him. We tried. So whatever his input was, if the next president starts to fail, it's his fault.
So what's going well? So when we talk about opportunities, I always say we like to do a mini appreciative inquiry. What's going well? Because sometimes you can learn about what's going well to address pain points. So what are some things that you think are going very well at Jackson State University that other areas could benefit from? And it's not putting on rose-colored glasses, but when something's working well, something's working well. So what is it? Right?
And you keep bouncing back from whatever hits you, so something's gotta be working well enough to cause you to bounce back. So what's going well, whatever it is. We need to know what that is.
Yeah, so what makes you keep coming back every day and staying a part of this? Something is fulfilling, something is feeding your soul, right? What is it?
And that's a question the best candidates are gonna ask us. So you gotta give us the answers. Anybody?
I love my students. They're awesome.
That's a great answer right there.
Yep, that's what I'm not surprised, but it's good to hear it.
They're curious and they listen even though they're on their phone. And they're fun to be with.
Do any of the rest of you disagree with that?
Got anything to add? Awesome, curious, and on their phones, but fun to be with.
I teach graduate students, so they come in at 6 o'clock and they're hoping their kid got home.
Yeah.
Their husband got home, or grandmother, or somebody's there for their kid and they're taken care of. So
Yeah.
they're quietly on their phone, but they listen.
They've learned to double track at least.
Yeah.
Other thoughts? Yes.
To the mic.
In terms of.
You have to come to the mic.
Well, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. What's the good news? That's what we want to hear about, because candidates want to know. Every institution has challenges. That is a given. But what's going well?
One of the things that's really going well, from my perspective, is IT. We have a great IT team. And one of the things they're in the process of doing now is in terms of how we're rolling out AI and making sure that next leader understand the importance of AI and how we continue to build upon that, and how we better prepare our students for using it, the right way, the effective way. And also one of the things that's really going to be important is not always about, when it comes to like faculty, is, salary not always the best thing to make a person feel well. How do we, and so like morale is important. How do we keep everyone engaged and a good sense of feeling and just willing, just ready to come to work on a regular basis, not because they have to come to work. And one of the things that, is she touched upon that in terms of the fact that a lot of faculty really take pride, which we all do, in terms of coming here for our students. We value our students, but at the same time, we want it to be a balance across the board. We know about student centeredness, which is highly important, but at the same time, it's a balance. And one thing that was said earlier that I think is also a key, like, we're more than athletics, and we definitely more than the boom, but again, making sure that when they come into that, understand that, center that attention also to everybody. In a sense, it's important in that regard. But GSU is a great institution. A lot of, it's a resilient institution as well. When challenges emerges, we come together as one. But it shouldn't take challenges all the time for us to come together. We should be one at all times. And that's what we're looking for, to kind of bridge the gap, to make sure that faculty, staff, students, and everybody are all on that same mindset and all reaching for that same goal in terms of being one. But again, it's a great institution, great leaders who served before, and we just want stability. We want somebody going to be here we're saying a minimum of 5 years, and then who knows more moving forward. But we need that stability so that we can keep our faculty here focused on knowing that, the top administration is in place. And that makes a major difference, because talks about it, student talks about what's going on, with the leadership as well. And so we're hoping and optimistic that this time, everything's gonna fall in place. And we'll have stability, as I stated, for 5 years, and then from 5 years, we'll see what's gonna happen beyond that.
Very good. Thank you. Important input.
Thank you.
Other input? Yes, gentlemen, I'm still looking at the back. Your colleague is very disappointed in the two of you.
Mark it down.
Yeah.
You mark it, yeah, you're gonna take a note, you're gonna make a note of this.
Yeah. Yeah, and make sure you share that with the new president when the person comes in. You just let him know these two characters right here, just,
Other thoughts, challenge, priorities, opportunities, or personal attributes, just whatever, they're all tied together, but for the purposes of our notes, we use these notes, as I said, in conversations with candidates. So.
Listen, I want to say something.
Mm-hmm.
see, he's got to take up all the slack for you guys. This is terrible.
Okay.
You're gonna bite off.
Yeah,
I hope so, at the very least.
Listen, what I'm about to say may sound kind of radical. My name is Lamar Superrine.
Mm-hmm.
And I said I've been here for 15 years. And for the last 10 years, the changeover of the presidency here at Jackson State. And this gentleman was talking about stability. I'm hoping that the new president will not replicate the errors of the past. And that's a really abstractive sort of thing. How would we know that until the person performs? Or the new president performs. So that has been a challenging area here, and that's a task for you guys.
Mm-hmm.
What would you do to look back and pinpoint some of those mistakes that when you carry out this research to make recommendations, that you wouldn't carry over some of the mistakes of the past? We are humans. And that's an area of concern because we have had 5 presidents. And then I'm thinking here how this search would guarantee that turnover does not happen in 1 or 2 years. And so we have to go through this all over again. So it's a question for both of you.
So let me tell you what we do that is a little different than what other search firms do. We ask the institution and the board to build a transition team and a transition plan. Included in all of that is a clear understanding of what has happened in the past, making sure that the person becomes properly engaged with stakeholders on the issues. They know what the stakeholder issues are, and that they begin to understand how to move all of that forward in a collaborative way. Because what we keep finding, and what we've been saying publicly for some time now, is we believe many presidencies are actually beginning on a downward spiral in the first 2 months. If you come in without an understanding of the past, if you come in without an understanding of what the big issues are, if you have no guide to make sure that you're meeting with the right people in the right place at the right time and understanding the issues in the right place at the right time, and knowing how the thing operates and knowing how the board operates, then things begin to go wrong fairly quickly. Okay. And so we think that there are ways to avoid those problems and move forward. And somewhere in that discussion has to be a discussion of the past. What did my predecessors do? How did this go wrong? How do we know that that went wrong? Not to talk about them, but to make sure that that new person has a grasp of where the institution's been.
And also, if I add, once the president comes in, I suspect if I was the president, I didn't apply, but there ought to be a committee that the president would simulate that represents various parts of the university. That the president would not have only background information coming in, which may not be a guarantee. You can go up there and talk what you want.
But that's what we're talking about. It's a transition, a whole team.
transition
That includes
team.
campus folks.
So who should the
as well as
president
board
be meeting
folks, et
with
cetera.
and when?
Yeah.
Stakeholders, internal, external, alumni foundation, business industry, but making sure that the president is getting, they might do a listening tour.
Okay.
So so I have a question for you. If this was the new president here and asking the same questions, what would you say about priorities? What should I focus on if I'm the new
Well,
president?
you have to be human-centered, and human-centered mean not online. Some of that human-centered mean you to connect with the students. Without students, we wouldn't be here. University driven by students. And that is a commitment of students, a satisfaction of students, retention of students. And that has a lot to do from top down sort of administration, or how events unfold from the top down. And so that I would, okay, human-centered. Second, be connected with the community around here. People are afraid to come here sometimes.
Really?
Because of the, you know, it's not safe outside around here, Jackson. I'm not saying it's totally bad. That's a challenge there. And then, of course, the technology, because we're driven by technology. And my colleague there could add up, guys, add up more. But those are three things.
So the guys that aren't talking, is that what you're talking about then?
But I like where you're going with this. See, now you're getting at what we want.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think human-centered is a universal thing. Without human beings, you wouldn't have a communication, you wouldn't have a business going, so to speak. But then that has to be penetrated to the student, the people around you. I mean, we are not here, I'm not saying warehouses are bad. We are not in a warehouse like Amazon, packing boxes.
No, you're not.
Yeah, we're dealing with human beings where their reaction can resonate beyond and ruin the reputation of United States, the university.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
So
you see, you got me going here.
That's
So.
good. That's what we want.
And
That's what we want.
so see, one of the things that happens is, and we tell boards this all the time, the moment you hire a new president, that becomes the person in the environment that knows the least about everything. Everything.
Right.
And if the institution and the board don't take it upon themselves to begin that education and to deepen that education and to acquaint them with what's going on, then you're sowing the seeds of failure. So for example, what are the important student-focused traditions for Jackson State? What are the important alumni-focused traditions? Are there faculty traditions that must be upheld? You know, what are all these things?
That are student-centered.
Yeah, that we get into that makes the place what it is and that reminds people of history and, you know, what are those things and how does a president get into those things? You know, all that is just very, very important.
And you have to ask yourself, how am I going? I love this institution. I love Jackson State. This new president is here. How am I going to help this president be successful?
May I ask one more question before I go up?
Of course.
Absolutely.
I like the idea of experience. And one of the things I've gone through personally as a young man, on my first job, I didn't have the experience. And I grew once I got a job, even as a student, even as a professor. I see where experience can be paramount. It can be one of the most important ingredients or aspects of one attaining a job. But semi-experience, not total lack of experience, it may be good as well because the person is willing to learn.
Yeah.
And learn through the chain of command and various areas and so on. So I wouldn't pin down my bet on a candidate having this, 25-page CV, and plus the person can speak well and all of that. And next thing you know, it's a mistake. All right, I'll stop there.
No, you don't have to stop. You're speaking for three people.
Yeah, really. You know, you got a lot of work to do.
Thank you, though.
Yeah.
So that's really where we want you all to go. Be thinking about that, really, if you're talking to the next president, what would you be saying? Okay, now you're here. Because I know that's going to be a different kind of a feeling, right? So what would you be telling that person? That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to be the middleman to get to the pool and advertise that so that we will attract the people that can answer those questions.
And see, everybody who can preside can't preside everywhere. So part of this exercise is to match people with place. I take me as an example. You should never put me in charge of a large state university. I won't like it. I won't do well. Because I can't get to know everybody. I'm a small university guy, okay? And the smaller, the better. The more I can move around among all the people, the better it's gonna be. So, you got to fit the two things together. What does the institution need? And what kind of person meets that need? And that's what we're after here.
And you need somebody with that self-awareness
Yeah,
to know.
because some people really believe they can preside anywhere. And I tell you right now, that ain't true. This is not true. Other input. Anything you want to say, questions we didn't ask. Answer the questions we didn't ask. No one? Okay, now we're gonna be checking to make sure your colleagues took good care of you, because
Yeah, we're gonna find it. We wanna know, did you get dinner and not only
it's
coffee?
past coffee now. It's gotta be at
Yeah.
least lunch now. Really? Okay. Oh, well, listen, yes, sir. Did you raise your hand there? Okay. Listen, this has been some good input. We appreciate you all very, very much, and pay attention to when the profile is published. Our contact information will be on the profile. Also, remember, there's still a survey link that is open for your further input, and we'll look for that as well. We're gonna look at all this data as we put this profile together, and it all will come in handy as we talk to candidates as well. Because they're gonna ask us a bunch of questions, and we need some stronger and stronger lenses about how we look at them. And all this is feeding into that. So thank you very much. Y'all have a great rest of your day.
Thank you again. So we're gonna go ahead and get started. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for coming. My name is Kim Bobby, and I'm a principal with AGB Search. AGB actually also means the Association of Governing Boards for Colleges and Universities. I know he hadn't said that earlier, so that's who we are. But I've been with the firm since 2017, worked in higher education and education in general about 35 years. And I have worked at and done searches in all sectors, including HBCUs, a former professor and administrator at University of Puget Sound, a former chief of staff at Prince George's Community College, worked at the American Council on Education, helping young leaders who aspire to be presidents get ready. I facilitated the ACE Women's Network around the nation to help bring more women into the college presidency and work on the governance side of AGB as well. So that's just a little bit about me. We're here to hear from you about what you want to see in your next president, because your voice as students is really critical. And we want to hear what your thoughts are about what attributes, what opportunities, what personal and professional attributes, and what challenges the next president will need to be prepared to face, what challenges and priorities they need to be prepared to face through experience and through accomplishments. And so we want to hear from you. If we were the president, the new president up here today, what would you be telling us we need to be focusing on right now? Okay. So with that, I'm going to ask my colleague to introduce himself.
Good afternoon. I'm Carlton Brown. I've been with AGB Search since 2017, done a number of presidential searches around the country, including 9 HBCU searches. I'm also a consultant, a senior consultant for the Association of Governing Boards, dealing with governance, with boards of trustees and working with presidents. I also do a lot of presidential coaching. In my career, I spent 10 years, several years ago at Hampton University as first a dean, then a vice president. Then my first presidency was at Savannah State University, where I was for 10 years. And my final presidency was Clark Atlanta University, where I spent 8 years prior to retiring and engaging in this level of work. So we're very, very pleased to have you out today. We're very pleased to have the opportunity to work with Jackson State University in searching for its next president. As my partner said, this is a very important part of the process, because this is where we understand what the campus is looking for, what the different stakeholder groups need, and how it is we begin to formulate that. This all gets packaged into a profile, presidential profile, that will be the North Star for how we do everything in this search. It'll inform how we advertise, what's in the advertisements, and where we advertise. It will inform what kinds of people we're looking for, what kinds of people we surface, and where we send all of this to begin to find out who can be your next president. So with that, let's just start with the first and very, very important question. What to you are the 2 or 3 most important talents, skills, attributes, background experiences, etc., that your next president should possess? And we'd like for you to go to the microphone to answer that, so that we can have everybody who's listening online be able to hear you, and they will be making their input on a survey link.
Okay, thank you.
Greetings, everyone. I am Janiyah Taylor, a junior psychology major from St. Louis, Missouri. I currently serve as Miss Junior in Royal Court. And 3 things that I would like to see in the next candidate for our president is one who have history not only at HBCUs, but and with adolescents, teens, and college students as a whole. Secondly, I would want someone who've taught, as well as how can I say this? Not only encountered as on an admin level, but as a teacher level, or someone who's worked in a school as either an internship or just like service hours, just so they can know the ins and outs of school. The third thing I would like to see in our next candidate for the president is someone who not only make decisions for the university, but consider the students' voices as well. I think a lot of times when we do select president, and I think that our current president is doing a very good job of it, of taking into consideration of not only student voices, but she's taking into action. And I think whoever the next president will be, that they should follow suit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go to the mic.
Hey everyone, how are you doing? My name is Jakari Holland. I am a junior political science major and I currently serve as the Student Government Association Vice President. One of the first attributes I would like to see in a president is someone that is analytical and can break down critical decisions regarding campus. I feel like being a part of a historically black college or university, you have to have certain issues that doesn't take on other institutions. So being able to be analytical and can critically think when certain situations go on the campus, that's one fine attribute, as well as someone that's communicative as well and that can communicate with the student body. I feel like something that can be lost or that's a lost touch in the student body is that sometimes students don't feel centered or communicated with. And I feel like that's something that's missing from the student body at Jackson State University. So someone that can actually communicate, and then also someone that has experience in HBCU history as well, like working there, but also someone that can also give back in a certain sense of dropping knowledge. Like Janai said beforehand, the current president is doing a phenomenal job with actually interacting with students and actually interacting with the community of Jackson State University. But the qualities that I have listed will be someone that can actually follow suit in a presidential search and what we're actually looking for at Jackson State University. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Very good.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jemiah Harper. I'm a junior accountant major. And basically a couple things that I wrote down. I was saying I don't think the president should be younger, but I definitely think we need like an authoritative figure who has connection with us and like has an emotional connection with us and HBCUs. Just someone with the emotional intelligence to just understand us and patience to actually like sit and work with us. I know a lot of presidents before wasn't staying for like a long time. So just like the patience, the emotional intelligence to like know us and know we want and even know we want to understand in us, but more to it, actions do speak louder than words. So something of that nature. Thank you.
Like your T-shirt. That's great. That's great. Very important message. Other input.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Shamari. I'm a student here at Jackson State. I'm not the best speaker like them, so I'm gonna tell y'all the qualities I think that we should emphasize, and I'm gonna just use examples. 'Cause I remember you said you were at different institutions. And when I think of some qualities, the first thing I think of is transformative works. A proof of that. Um, um, Someone I admire is Dr. Walter Kimbrough. He's currently at Talladega, but when I say that is that he is known for going into colleges. I think he was at Philander, he was at Dillard, and he was able to recognize patterns and exploit the problems and find solutions to those in a short period of time. So we need that quality here at Jackson State, someone who has that transformative mentality. Also, higher education experience is important, but I'm from South Georgia, so of course I'm familiar with that area. And I know we have a new president at Albany State. His name slips my mind right now. But when they were selecting him, they didn't just consider higher education experience. They considered executive leadership experience also. Because I know he had experience with Coca-Cola.
Yes.
And things like that.
We did that, sir.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, that was a good choice for Albany State, because of it's similar to, I think, the environment of Jackson State and how it's a larger historical institution. And so there's a lot of moving parts. And so that executive leadership experience, because we have issues with best management practices and how business is conducted. And so we need someone with that type of acumen. If I could think of one more example, I'm just gonna use Savannah State just because that's where you're from. But I like the president there. I think his name is Dr. Worrell.
Yes. I
Did that search.
Oh, well, okay. Dr. Worrell, one thing I like about him is that what Jackson State would prior do, And I've said prior because we've had a significant change from that time period to then, but he implemented a real strong, I think, strategic plan with a vision. And so the next president needs to be able to articulate a strategic plan with a clear, articulated vision. I know in Savannah States, because I just hear about them all the time, but Savannah States, he emphasized enrollment. He recognized that, you know, he wanted to increase that, and something maybe a couple of years ago, Jackson State was at 9,000 students. Now we're down to 6,000. So that's a issue that says, hey, there is some student concerns that need to be listened to because their quality or their approval is dropping. So we need a president who can recognize those type patterns in their strategy and have clear, defined points for those. Campus communication needs improvement. That needs to be an aspect of the strategic plan. Interdepartmental collaboration. Sometimes that's last minute or unorganized. Academic support. That's a strength at Jackson State, but despite the number of academic departments that we have, support to the faculty needs to be looked into what resources they may need. Also, a strength of Jackson State is our student athletes and what services they may need to continue to be competitive. Because you have some departments that are able to be competitive more easily than others. And for right now, that's all I can think of, some major points.
Thank you. So you keep
That's pretty
thinking,
good.
you keep thinking, and when you have more, you come on back to the mic.
And you're right, Savannah State president is doing very, very well, and so is the one in Albany State. Both are.
I thought she was going to the mic. Okay. Okay.
Hello again.
Hello again.
He kind of just sparked a couple extra ideas for me. I was also saying he was wrong about the better organization because I was thinking, well, for example, I had a problem going on with my FAFSA for a while, and I remember calling since like June, July, because that's what is important. Like it does matter, especially when it comes to registration of things. So I remember I was calling and I was coming up to the school. I even came to the school, you know, trying to get questions and answers. And I was talking to so many different people telling me different things. I remember I came in a couple weeks ago and they were just like, oh, yeah, you just have to change this on your FAFSA and they'll be there. And I think it's just like little things, like it was such a simple solution. So I feel like me having to go through so many people and they're telling me different things, I feel like it is, you know, a communication thing. Like we should all be on the same page. I think we should work better at that. Also, he said about supporting faculty too. I like that because I know, like, you know, you talk to a lot of faculty, even, you know, we have peers, but we have like faculty that we look up to and that we talk to on a daily basis. And, you know, they're human too. They're going through things. So I feel like sometimes, like, you may be talking to, I can talk to anybody and they'll be like, oh, well, I'm going through this. And I feel like we should have a president that looks out for our faculty too and make sure, like, if they're feeling overwhelmed or overbearing, we should have a president who looks at that, okay, how can I help them? How can I make my staff feel, you know, calm and settled too? So not only the students, like, okay, it's the students, but the students are affected by the faculty, which, you know, they affect school. So it is like a chain and that's all I'm saying.
It's a simple paradigm.
Yeah.
If the people who are providing support get support, then they're better able to provide support.
Happy ways. Like now we're all happy.
Yeah,
Yes.
very good.
Go back to the mic. And always focus on the mission. Use the mission as your guide.
Hey y'all, I'm here again.
Hey.
My name is Jakari Holland. Going back to the analytical piece of looking for a president, I was thinking about three critical things that Jackson State kind of faced. that I've been seeing since my freshman year. And I feel like a lot of HBCUs faces problems such as housing, but also housing is a big portion, but hasn't having someone that's experienced in like a HBCU that has had a housing crisis before and how they work towards it. Being in the role of being in the Student Government Association since my sophomore year or even my freshman year, seeing how they deal with housing crisis and certain things on the campus, I feel like having someone in that experience, having someone in that position that has experience with dealing with that and to actually make it transactional with students, but transactional in a way of communication. Secondly, with different departments on campus, having someone that has been in like an academic provost side, because I feel like in certain departments on campus, such as our psychology department, they have a requirement. It's not all throughout all departments, it's just with their department, but they have to take a field test, or they have to take a psychology test to graduate. But even if you have a 3.0 GPA, you still have to take that test. But having people that are experienced enough, or that college students that have faced those results and that have the certain GPAs, why do they have to be held back for a test? So having people that are experienced in the academic side as well to actually advocate for those students, because that's been an ongoing issue since I was here last year and probably since before then. A third issue is someone that's experienced, well, this is like third critical issues on the campus of Jackson State University with things such as public safety, having the actual, I feel like the president that comes in next need to be someone that's experienced all those issues and how they can be fixing, because I feel like as our students we only can do so much, but actually having administration that can listen to us and actually be analytical with the thinking of it. Some of those issues aren't going to be faced in like the year or the year coming up or for, because the change we want to see isn't going to come so fast, but actually having a president that's here to stay and actually working towards those issues for the next set of students that come in to make JSU back to what the culture needs to be of. So that's my input.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other input.
Others.
Traits, attributes, skills, experiences.
Hi.
Hello, excuse my voice. I'm a freshman. My name is Akenya Wood. I came from
Talk
Chicago.
to the mic.
You okay like this?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, my name is Akenya Woods and I'm a freshman. I came from Chicago, Illinois. And my second day, I'm in West Alex. My second day coming, well, ever since then, I've been sick in my dorm. And I filed multiple complaints about it. Then I found that we got mold in there. I complained multiple times and nothing's changed. So I was just wondering that within the next president, can they please make housing like a big issue? Because like that was going on 3 months. And I'm sorry, like it hurt when I talk a lot, but I've been on multiple medications. I done took like more than 4 Robitussin bottles. My mom sending out medicine. I can't stand being in my room. And it's not like I could go anywhere else. Then with us not having visitation, I don't know about nobody around here. So it's not like I could go to a friend room to go over there. I'm sorry for the way I'm speaking.
No, don't you worry.
But
Don't worry about
What's
that.
on your heart?
it's kind of frustrating for paying all that money to go to a school here. And you study asking for help, putting it out, having other people say things and nothing changes. But then when it comes to other people and their complaints, I'm not trying to say nobody's complaint is any smaller than mine, but when it comes to like a verbal altercation or anything, they'll be fast to help them with that, but rather somebody else help. I'm not really appreciative with that. I'm sorry.
No, don't
I didn't
apologize.
like that.
No,
That's important.
you know what,
Okay.
your experience is valid
Yeah.
and so you should feel free to speak on your experience, okay? Thank you really for sharing.
Good
Yes.
afternoon, everybody. My name is Jalen Clark, and I'm a senior here at Jackson State University from New Orleans, Louisiana. And my main attribute for our next president is, well, let me just start off by saying Jackson State has already faced a lot of major setbacks, partially due to previous leadership controversies, excuse me, and alleged scandals as well. And
You
I
can pull that up.
yeah, 'cause I'm tall.
Yeah, me too. I'm a tall girl. I know, I saw that.
I know.
Just at the top there.
Yeah, just put, yeah.
At
there
the
you go.
top, where by your shoulder, just push that up.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. But yeah, I feel Jackson State has faced a lot of major setbacks regarding previous leadership controversies and alleged scandals, as I just said. And I think it's time that we appoint a president who is not just here for a position, but for a purpose as well. And piggyback off of one of my peers just mentioned about housing, it has been a major issue. As one of my other peers, Jakari just mentioned, he's a junior and I'm a senior. And like he just mentioned, that has been an ongoing issue since his freshman year, as well as my freshman year, which is a year before. And going into, as this year just started, I was one of the students who was put in the hotel downtown. And we were just actually moved back on campus a couple weeks ago, like mid-September. And it was a major inconvenience because, you know, we just got settled and it was last minute. And we're like, well, what the heck? We just got comfortable. We just got settled. Now we got to move on again. Another thing I'd like to mention, the Palisades on-campus student apartments has been closed for almost 2 years. And one of my other peers just mentioned mold, big issue. Palisades was actually closed for that same issue. And when is that going to be fixed? Because the housing shortage has been ongoing long enough. And when will there be a change, is what I'm saying.
What are the Palisades?
It's on-campus student apartments. It's like right behind John A. Peoples building.
Okay,
Y'all know where John A. Peoples is. It's like,
we'll figure it out.
yeah.
The science building.
Science building.
Next to that innovative, like.
Okay.
CSET building, the
Mhm.
technology.
Okay.
The one next to it.
You mentioned like biggest gauges, but it's called, it's flipped off, so we've been closed since my freshman year from all
Okay. So it's uninhabitable.
uninhabitable, but it's a lot, it's a lot more.
Mm.
Okay.
Anyone else? What's on your heart and mind about what you're looking for? First of all, in your next president, personal and professional attributes, and what challenges and priorities should that president be ready to step into day one? If you had a list, top 5, what else? This is good. You all are giving us some good information.
That's all, but this will work.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's a little taller than you.
Hey everyone, I'm Aaliyah Moore, a sophomore computer science major. And a few things I would think the next president should have is that analytical but operational background. But in sense of authority, I would say they have to be somewhat old school but open to innovation. So when students bring them suggestions, they need to know how to implement it in a way that works for the university as a business. And then also, they need to like somewhat evaluate the university's protocols when it comes to different departments, because some of them are not working as much at the moment. So looking into that and trying to figure out the operations would help a lot of the departments and things we have going on campus, especially with housing, because I've had a lot of senior year friends, especially since this is my second year here. They spoke about the Palisades and the mode. And we've had a fix on that because I did formerly work as a RA. They somewhat fixed what is it, the roofing, because that's where the mold comes from, you know, the rain and condensation. It gets in that way. But going in and like taking an audit of everything that has happened and starting somewhat of a build on solution for the presidents who come after them, but also that the university can somewhat work with the president to get those solutions implemented, that would be very helpful.
Thank you.
Other input. Let's go to priorities. So your new president's been hired. This person's coming on campus. What are the first 3 and most important things you want that person to address in their first 2 years?
In addition to housing.
In addition, we have housing, we know housing. Yep.
Yeah, in addition to housing.
Good after,
Yes,
no,
it's afternoon.
afternoon. My name is Seth. Adams again. I'm back. But I did like that question because I don't think that question was asked earlier. But I would say one of the number one thing is, well, I think I did say it, but administration. And if you are over a department, you need to run your department. And then the second thing I would like to see is, I guess, transparency and no, what do you call it? I don't want any more kind of scandals or anything going on behind closed doors that we have been going through. And one more thing is, I guess, the dealing with students. Because we are what makes this school. And if you don't have students, then you don't have a university. And so in order to keep the students here, I have many people come to me every day, said, I need some money for this, for financial aid. My financial aid is messed up. It's just anything that is dealing with. And I always try to help people. That's what I've been doing since my freshman year. And I continue to want to keep doing that. But we need if we were to have a president, a lot of people that we did have that were actually doing their jobs, we need them back. And I'm not gonna go into names per se, but it's a lot of it's it's a lot of things that need to be done seriously. And we need a new lawyer as well, but I can talk about that later. But that's really it.
Thank you.
Hey everybody, it's me again. Three things that I think our president, if he used to walk on campus, that he should address is one is safety. At nighttime, we live on an open campus where anyone can come in and off of campus, and we live in a rural area. So we see a lot of times people that are on drugs as well as people who walk around with knives. It's actually been someone with firearm on campus before, and it's not very light outside. So if we was to go to Tiger Mart at night by ourselves, we not sure like if somebody come be walking up the street, walking this way, left or right. The second thing I think that should address is funding for students. A lot of students, for me per se, I come from out of state, and I paid from school through loans and out of state. I mean, out of like not tuitional scholarships. We have a scholarship portal. And it's money in the scholarship portal as well as like applications that I filled out applications in February. I haven't heard not even denial letters from the scholarship portal. So I think that's the second thing that should be addressed. The third thing I think should be addressed is administration as well. Like a lot of people aren't running their departments as fairly as they should. I think this school is based off tradition. So a lot of kids who come from families in Mississippi are prioritized over regular students.
Okay. It's a new one. We hadn't heard that before. Okay.
Hey y'all, I'm
Hello.
Khalila Kareem. I'm a senior political science major from Columbus, Mississippi. This might not answer your question, but I do have to go to work.
Okay.
But I really just want a president that comes here with a plan. A lot of issues that we're naming, we've been talking about them since I was a freshman. I came in 2022. Safety, housing, food, water, like it's the same thing. And we really just need a president that's gonna come, that's actually gonna stay and finish their plan. So when the president come on the first day, we need to hear how are they gonna address these issues that you guys are typing down. And also, do they plan to stay? Like, cause I've been through about 3 presidents since I've been here. The interim president is in office now. Currently, she's doing a wonderful. We see her. She's visible. She cares about the students. We really just need more of a plan, what they plan to do when they get here. Are they going to stay to actually finish the plan out? And also just being visible to our students. It's really, I'm not going to say it's simple because I know it's not as simple as said as done. But I know that we really just need a president that cares about what we're talking about right now and just knows that, like, they're actually gonna say what they're gonna do or do what they're gonna say. So yeah, hopefully what you guys are typing out is actually gets like, put into action because with I'm not gonna say crime, but safety on campus. Like she said, like random people coming through and out the plaza. I know we are a public campus, but like when we do call public safety, they have done a better job to get there. But like it should be patrols, or police patrolling the plaza like at all times because we have enough manpower to do it. And once again, we've been talking about the same issues. So just making sure like, when they do come on campus, whoever we do pick, they actually address these issues that we're talking about. Y'all have a great day. Bye guys.
Thank you. You too. Have a good day at work.
So I prepared a list, if that's fine, of current
Absolutely.
issues. So the first issue, going back, you say anything about housing, but this kind of connects with housing. So at Jackson State University, we have a deadline for starting rates like business payment plans at Jackson State. So if you don't complete your payment plan by a certain date, you lose your housing. So it kind of goes into it with the upperclassmen as well. But a certain thing that Student Government Association does is they work with the VP of enrollment, which is under the president's cabinet, to get the deadline extended. But this kind of happens mostly frequently because it's been happening since my sophomore year and probably before then. So having someone that's vetted in that cabinet that knows what they're doing when you work with enrollment management, that goes along with my next subject, which is the student retention rate. The student retention rate is very low at Jackson State University. We have over 1,400 students coming in. They are freshmen and they are currently at Jackson State University. But the retention rate with people transferring for the next semester, that spring, up until them coming in at the next rate of, I would say, is fall 26. Up until them coming in fall 26, the retention rate is going to be very low because that's what we've been seeing from previous classes that have been coming in. So someone that's actively working with fixing the retention rate of Jackson State University. The infrastructure's issues with not just dormitories but facilities on campus. We have housing, we have roofing leaks or different things inside. Such I'm a political science major, so I'm housed in a Dolly M.E. Robinson building. So we have issues going on with bathrooms in there, housing, roofing leaks, and there's been other things with other facilities on campus. If how we were talking about the Palisades on campus, if you go back there by the president's house, you see other facilities on campus, which are like previous RLCC buildings or other buildings that haven't been used in decades that can be fixed up and used. So that's for infrastructure issues. Like my peer Janai said, campus safety and security, improving lighting on campus. When you're walking by on the plaza, it's no lighting right there. So besides the Campbell lighting from the girls' side, you don't have any lighting, which is dark. So it's very frequently that someone can come up on you and do anything to you. So that's just by going by the CAF that we have already expressed to the public safety department, but actually having faculty on our side, such as the president, that can voice those issues as well. Um, I already and make sure that the people that are in their cabinet are vetted correctly because the president have people in their cabinet. So having those people there, such as the academic affairs, the VP of enrollment, the VP of student affairs, having people that are actually vetted inside their cabinet that know what they're doing and listening to the people's voice of Jackson State University. And also having curricular based content. I feel like when you have people, or no, this has been mostly seen in research, even you research Jackson State University grads, or even when you look at graduate students from each HBCU, they have problems sometimes going into the job, what's the working field? The job field, or you could say the work field, and the rate of them getting jobs. But also when we have actually just merging that together, but also make sure curriculum-based content for people that are taking their LSAT, such as future lawyers, those people that are taking the MCAT for future doctors and nurses, having actual curriculum-based content that actually make sure that students that attend Jackson State University are actually vetted for the outside resources rather than just getting a degree here. So that is my concern. So I didn't see.
Yeah, thank you.
Very good.
Very good. That's all right.
To make us work, we gotta figure it out.
You guys are getting good. You guys on a roll. I know we don't have a lot of time, so anyone else?
I came back. My name is Akenya Woods, as I stated before. I feel like within our next president, as everyone's saying, is that they can hold on to what they're saying. Can they be very precise and honest? Personally, I don't want anyone that just applied for the job and got accepted because they met the criterias, meaning like they say they can do something, but then when the time comes, it's something completely different. Have someone that experienced it, or even at home, dealing with other ways. I don't know if that sounds like right if I'm trying to get it off.
See, you want
I want someone
a
with
proven track record.
yes. Cause I'm a freshman and I just found out today in my university success class that the past 3 presidents had whatever they had going on, and I had to hear all of that down. And it's just showing that Jackson State isn't consistent with things, like within housing too. Multiple people just complained and said that within their 4 years here, there's always something. And then also the deadlines. I believe I paid a $200 or $300 fee when that was the first ever fee I paid for. Was that for housing? I'm not for sure. It was to secure my spot, okay? When I came down here, I had to pay $100 out of pocket because they said it was not secured, which it was. And I still have not got my money refund, but that was just that. So for me to go through all that within housing, I'm calling every day to see what's my room assignment. I'm not getting an answer. Then if I do get an answer, I'm being held. They give me the runaround. I have everybody from my family calling just to see if they'll get an answer out of them. If they do, nothing goes forward. I want people, I want to say people, I want the president to hold everybody accountable of what their job is. You do not have this job just to stand here. You have a job to make us succeed. I came to college for my career, my education, not just to come home complaining or even be here complaining about things that I have to deal with. It kind of seems like Jackson State is kind of a scandal. Online and what everybody else is seeing, that is nothing compared to what I came here and seen. And I do not want to transfer, but for me being a freshman that stands on everything I do, that's kind of like an inconvenience to I feel like everybody else, because I'm not the only one seeing this. I just want somebody to be very precise and heartfelt. And like somebody stated before, old school. It plays a big part when somebody that has dealt with it, has heard the rundowns, heard the solutions, come to help fix. It's like everybody crying out for help, and the people that help you don't do nothing but make it worse. I just feel as I'm sorry, I keep just saying I just feel as because I just feel so much now, like everything is starting to come out. But within these 3 months, this has been like the worst experience I ever experienced within school. Like I don't know how to put that into like an actual summary of what should be next towards the president. I'm sorry, I didn't want that to seem so.
No,
Don't
appreciate you.
apologize. We're here to listen. Don't apologize.
Okay. All right. So, the 3 qualities that the president needs to, take into consideration once he gets on campus, right? Things that he needs to tackle. So, I say one of the things would be to honor the geographic location. So what I mean by that is, different institutions have different needs and different challenges. But Jackson State is in Mississippi, and so they have different geographic locations that he needs to have a plan for. So he needs to they need to make sure they have a plan for emergency preparedness and emergency response. That has something that can be improved. When I say that is, we have hurricane issues that could happen. We have infrastructure issues that could be having. These things that he needs to know coming into the situation. Maybe water issues that need to be tackled. Maybe fire, things that happen in the realm of emergency preparedness and response. There needs to be a campus-wide plan and protocol in place and ready to go and roll out. The second point I say is talent retention. And that's on various levels, but I'm gonna start with just the faculty and staff level. The turnover rate is very high. And there has been very good quality in terms of faculty and staff. And so when departments start to get thin, or they start to get overworked, that needs to be looked into. What benefits do they have if it's not a competitive salary? We need to look in other avenues to benefit the faculty, so we can retain the talent we have. Jackson State has strong departments like engineering, public health, business, entrepreneurship, finance, um, uh, art department, musical technology. Those in those areas they need support. So a plan for talent retention on that level, and also across the state of Mississippi needs to be considered for equivalency. So if a student is at Jackson State in STEM, they should be able to look on University of Mississippi, Mississippi State's website, and the same resources and amenities, not necessarily money-wise, the benefits that those students are getting, the same areas we should be able to get those same services and benefits. Labs, if the library hours for research or research spaces are 24 hours at a state institution, but they close at either 6 or 10 at Jackson State, that's something that needs to be looked into. So equivalency across the state needs to be looked into as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, I was gonna say, well, back to kind of the qualifications and what, sorry, I forgot your name. In the grant, Jayla, what she was talking about, we don't need any more presidents off of who you know basis. And we don't need any more homegirls as presidents. Our interim presidents hit that. Now, I'm sorry, but it's the truth. And we're tired of the IHL treating us like we're God's stepchildren, and we're not. And so I know it's some people here from the board today, and I hope they're listening, because it's not we're tired of the games being played with us. And I understand that this is a Jim Crow school, but we have to try to make our resources and ask for more resources and get more resources from the state of Mississippi. And if we're not getting, and that's one of our main issues, the board does not really care about us, and they only want us to have what they want us to have. And you can go to many other schools in Mississippi, predominantly white, and they give them anything that they want. But for us, we have to get off, get peanuts. That's what they give us. And so I can say a lot of people are tired of that, especially alumni as well. And you'll find out, but it's it's coming. But I'm just saying we got to do another plan. And whoever is the next president, I don't care if it's just whoever you all choose.
First of all, we're not choosing anyone.
Oh, well, I understand you. Well, whoever the board chooses, I hope that they listen to everybody and what they have been saying, because it's time out for the foolishness, and that's all we have been getting. It's foolishness. And as they say in Congress, I give my time.
Thank you. Uh-oh, I think it needs to be pulled up and tight.
It's like you broke the mic, man.
Mic drop.
Oh, excuse me. The last thing I would like to say is, as a student leader, we have to come to school, I want to say a week before or 2 weeks before the freshmen and we be with the freshmen for, I want to say, from Sunday to Sunday, from like what 6 a.m. to 10 p.m., 11 p.m. And I'm an out of state student, and I come from a low income family, and no one in my family has ever been to college. I'm from St. Louis, Missouri. So I don't have anyone to help me bring my things from St. Louis to Jackson. So I put my things into storage. And I don't have a car, so I have to use my friends to get my things out of the car. And I think that within the next president, that they should take a look into student leaders more often because we are held to a pedestal and we can't really show like not necessarily emotion, but we can't show things that we're going through. And we have to be here. We have to deal with the freshmen, and they don't want nobody to be their mom. And we can't really say anything or like do anything. So I just wish that within the next president that he takes student leadership a little more seriously. The next thing that I wanted to say, Seth, you stole mine. I forgot. Oh, business office and financial aid office. I know that it's difficult dealing with teens and we really don't know what to do when it comes to FAFSA. We just fill out the form and have a lot of questions because the lack of people in our family who went to college and actually dealt with FAFSA. But they aren't very nice in the business office. So I think that when the next president that we do get, they work closely with their new hires. Then they actually sit and talk to their new hires because they get put into positions where it's a lot of altercation with students, and these students actually starting to take their problems to TikTok. And it's not only making our school look bad, but it's making our community look bad as a whole.
Yeah. That's what happens. Uh-oh, she's back again.
For me to be a freshman, this is my first time in it. I love it.
All right. All right. That's a good deal.
I wanted to bring up social media. I understand how a lot of things can get mixed up and confused, but just imagine opening up social media and seeing all of the cons instead of the pros about Jackson State. A lot of things that everybody was just saying, you can't get through with certain staff members here. Just like I stated before, within them making me pay $100 out of my pocket. Excuse my language when I say this, but I am a broke college student. I did not want to hear no words they were saying, so I just paid the money. And afterwards, I realized what I did was wrong. They are just giving people jobs on this campus just to hold the title. Some of them don't even know true communication. I'm asking you a question, and you sending me somewhere when they already told me to come speak to you. Once again, business and financial aid. And also, that wait list, I think I was like the second person in the office that day. I still had to scan the QR code, and I know for surely all of the staff members were back there unpacking, and there were only 2 students up front. Why did I miss my 11 o'clock class when I came in at, I believe, 9, waiting just to get 2 questions answered? Nobody wants to deal with that. And it's like a lot of things that go on behind scenes that me personally, I'll tell my university success teacher and she comes to her meetings and say something because I didn't know nothing about this. That's kind of sad that we have to go through dots to get something. And it's never nothing. It's like a circle, just ongoing. Nothing happens. And I'm sorry to keep saying, how do you feel like how everybody feels, but how does that feel with paying all that money? I'm going to keep saying that. Paying all that money, you don't get that much loans when it comes to out of state, like she stated before, because I don't. I'm on a Parent Plus loan. You don't get that much money. You paying all this money to be here and complain. And on top of that, within the classes. I do learn in my classes and I take all the extra things that I need with it. But sometimes I feel like I can't get more within that too. And I feel like the president should stand on that. They should have something within that type of ground to just help with everything, not just one thing. Because I know all of us are talking about a lot of things, but does that make sense?
Yep.
I'm sorry, I keep saying that. Like,
Makes sense.
social media is real. Like today, they told me do not download the app, but I downloaded the app. What's the first thing I seen on Fizz? Complaints about mold. The first thing. Then they're complaining about housing. Then they're complaining about visitation. Understand that our visitation, well, I guess all around got took because of people were being sneaky. But why are we paying this much money once again if we can't live comfortably how we want to live? I stated before how my room is. How do you think that feel having to pack your bag at 9 o'clock to go sit in the car and take a nap? Until your peoples get, excuse my language, until my family gets off work and has to come get me. just so I won't keep coughing, throwing up, sneezing inside of a dorm room. And I complained about it multiple times. I have emails, messages, went to everywhere I could. And there's other people getting their room changed because they had a conflict with somebody. What about my health? I don't even get sick like this at home. I get sick probably once a year. And that's every 3 years. Probably even that. I've been sick for 3 consecutive months. I'm on multiple medicines from the nurse, from what my mom sent, all type of stuff. Nothing's changed. I just pray they just hold them accountable and they can hold their word for everything they doing, because it's like Jackson State isn't like a college at this point. It's just like high school, and we all just moving around like daycare students. It's like nobody really cares other than the people that's in, how can I put it, in organizations. It's like the students are the staff members and the staff members are the students. Do you understand that? Like, they're underneath us and they're supposed to be helping us. That's bad. That's horrible. I gotta go to class. Y'all have to take it, but
Thank you.
You have a good
thank you.
day. Take care of yourself. Yeah.
Yeah, you can. Oh, okay. Oh, my goodness, yeah, we're, thank you.
We're at time.
Yeah, we did, but that's a fast hour, but, so any other thoughts? I know that we want to give you time to, we have less than 10 minutes. Any other thoughts that, just something that's on your heart, anything you want to share just for the good of this opportunity? Thank you all. You've been so forthcoming.
We appreciate you. And don't forget now, there's still the online survey for further input.
Yeah, the survey is still open online. It'll be open until, tomorrow night, midnight.
Like my doctor say something, so I'll say something. The last thing I have to say to end everyone stay out, especially with the session with students, is the search. Just making sure that with this search and like the latest scandals beforehand, that the president this time is vetted very carefully. Their background, where they have came from, how they will approach the situation. When we vetted them, put them in scenarios where they can analytically think to show what they can do on this campus. Being a student on this campus, not just a student leader, but before leader, you have student in here. I'm a student just like everyone else inside this room. Having someone that is here for the students. All of us came from different aspects of the world. I'm from Atlanta, Georgia. People are here from Chicago, Illinois. People are here from St. Louis, Missouri. People are here from different parts of Mississippi. Having someone to be representation for us all, not changing the culture of Jackson State University, but changing it for the better. So when other people come in here, that they look at Jackson State University as a safe haven. I feel like being here at this institution, we have moved away from it being a safe haven for students. Instead of it being a safe haven, it's somewhere that people don't even want to be, and that's it's kind of a disappointment being a student from here from my freshman year and seeing the turmoil of it, because it's the institution I want to be in. I'm a first generation college student, and seeing Jackson State University and me touring it my high school year, seeing how homey it felt and how cultured it was, made me want to come here. And seeing students want to leave that because of certain things that's going on, having someone that just vetted, I feel like the future of this institution is in the hands of the next president, and why it's so detrimental for them to be picked right. So the only thing I have to say to anyone and to the IHL board is to make sure that the president they vet for this institution is someone that is well rounded. They can analytically think. They can actually have communication skills. Someone that will show face, not just be up, but show face to the student body so they know who they are. Someone that can work with the Student Government Association, campus safety boards, different organizations on campus to show face, to actually build that gap, because the gap and the bridge that it needs to be filled. And that's the only thing I can say. Just make sure that someone is here for the people, because the students are here. We pay money here. So actually just make sure they're ready for the students. That's all I have to say. And thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
Thank
Thanks
you.
all of you.
Did you have something? I think you have something. You thinking you're not? Okay.
Hello.
Hi.
I'm gonna make this fast. Okay. My name is Richeria Anderson. I'm a senior criminal justice major from Jacksonville, Florida.
one of the things that I wanted to like express was first generation college students. So I feel like we come so far away from home and that we don't really have like a lot of resources. There is a program on campus like dedicated to the first generation college students, but it doesn't have like a lot of funding. So we aren't able to do a lot on campus or really like get that exposure. And then I feel like sometimes like when we're dealing with like the business office and the financial aid office, like how hard it is to kind of like talk to them and then they're not understanding. And then like our parents didn't go to college. So it's like it's kind of hard to like navigate on like how to talk to them and like what to say. And then you know, like when you have those officials that's working in these offices, like the staff and everything, and they're kind of like they just come off rude to you sometimes, or it's been like times where I've just been like hung up on, like when I'm trying to like express like concerns that I have like regarding like my account or anything like that. So I guess just kind of like things that I want in a president is just like kind of just helping the students, like first generation college students, like just implementing programs and creating like a safe space for first generation college students. But that's all.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
She decided, I knew you had something.
What took you so long?
Oh, no. Okay, well, I'm Madison McGill. I'm a sophomore business major from Utica, Mississippi. And like looking at Mississippi State and Ole Miss and stuff like that, they're like always ahead. I understand like it's like SEC, it's like a bigger school, but we're a university in the capital of Mississippi. And for the university to be so, let me see how to put it. Yes, it's underfunded, and we're right in the capital. Like we're right here in the birthplace. Like, and all the other schools are so much more funded. When you look at Mississippi State and Ole Miss, it's like, oh, this is you would think that they're in the capital of Mississippi, but we are, and they're so much better than us. I don't really know how to put it into words, but I just think it's like a disappointment because we're right here. We're right here by everything. We're right here by the capital, and we're not really looked at as much as Mississippi State and Ole Miss.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we do have to end this session now because we got another one coming out.
Thank you so much.
But
We
do
really appreciate your
interest.
time. And the link is open till tomorrow night, so you still have the
and tell you how we're gonna go about this. So again, I'm Carlton Brown. I've been with AGB Search since 2017. When I started working with them in that year. We've done searches all over the country, in fact, in some foreign countries. I did the University of the Bahamas last year. And I placed 9 HBCU presidents in that time period, among others. Before AGB, I was president of Clark Atlanta University for 8 years. And prior to that, I was president of Savannah State University for 10. And before that, I spent 10 years at Hampton University as a dean and then a vice president. And so what we will do here, we got about 4 questions we want to ask you and get your input on. And of course, it's an online survey too. And all this goes into the presidential profile for the institution. That profile will sell the institution and tell everybody what you're looking for your next president, what skills, attributes, and characteristics you're looking for, what the challenges and opportunities are for leadership here, and we'll move it on from there. And once that profile is out, we want everybody to distribute it far and wide. We certainly will, but it'll inform all of our advertisements and all of our recruiting activity. My colleague, Bobby.
Good afternoon. I'm Kim Bobby. I'm a principal with AGB Search. I've been with the firm since 2017. I have about 35 years in higher education. Before coming to AGB, I was at Prince George's Community College as a chief of staff. Before that, ACE, the American Council on Education, developing leadership programs for aspiring leaders across the nation's all sectors of higher education. I also facilitated the ACE Women's Network to advance women leaders in higher education. Prior to that, the University of Puget Sound for 13 years as an administrator, a faculty in the School of Education, and the inaugural Chief Diversity Officer. I worked with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation across the state of Washington, working in higher ed and K-12, and also work on the governance side of AGB as well as AGB Search. So that's just a little bit about me. And as my colleague said, we're here to listen. So we want you to feel free, go to the mic, say what's on your heart. We're going to synthesize what we hear. And this is your moment. If you've been frustrated with what you've seen and what you experienced, if you want to make sure that the profile speaks to the important needs, this is your moment to make sure we know about that, because we use our notes in one-on-one conversations. So when you think about the next president, when that person comes in, and there's some things that you feel there are shortcomings, but if you didn't bring that up in this session, then how will we know? So I want you all to think about, if you were talking to your next president, think about that. If you were speaking to the next president that got hired here, and think about that when we're asking you these questions, what would you say to them about what should be your top challenges or priorities you should address? What opportunities? What's happening good at Jackson State? What can I look forward to as the next president to leverage, to move forward? And then, of course, you want to tell us what personal and professional attributes they're needed to be successful in that work. So welcome to the mic. Let's get started.
Now, this is
I love it.
First time we hadn't had the Coach people come to the mic. This is good.
So, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is you're right, I'm sorry. Good afternoon.
This is good morning somewhere.
My name is C.D. McInnes. I'm a second generation graduate of Jackson State University, basically raised on this campus, and also taught creative writing here at Jackson State for 25 years before I retired. And so as an alum now, when I'm thinking about the kind of skills of the next president, there are three or four basic skills that I would like for them to have. The first would be skill curriculum development, especially in how JSU's curriculum aligns with the work world needs into the future. The second skill is fundraising, especially with the goal of making the university more self-sufficient to lessen its dependency on IHL. 3 is the ability to identify quality leadership to serve in one's cabinet and as deans and chairs across the campus. 4, Einstein once said that imagination is more important than knowledge. Thus, the next president must have a documented track record of implementing new and innovative programs which turn problems into pathways for growth. How many new programs or new strategies have this particular president created before they got to Jackson State? And finally, we need to remember a skill set is that greatness means that life after you is different than life before you. So the next Jackson State president, we need to look at their resume to see how did they improve their previous institution? How was that institution made better before them? And then we would know if they have the characteristic of greatness. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Who's next?
We saw some foot traffic over there by the mic, so come on.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name's Larry White. Of course, I'm part of the community here. And I didn't get your name, sir.
Carlton Brown.
Mr. Brown, your name out?
Kim Bobby.
Okay, Miss Bobby. Nice meeting you too. Of course, y'all did start a little early. It was 3:58 when I walked through the door. When I left the car, it was 3:56. Anyway, it's good to see one of our esteemed senators here at this particular meeting. I got one thing that is really icking me right now about this process. One is nobody knew about this meeting, knows about this meeting. That needs to be widely known throughout the community. It's important, as he stated, people is embedded in this institution. And it's important to people like him that he know he probably can name 20 people he can go call right now and don't even know about this. That's part of the problem. There's no outreach to the community that supports Jackson State. That's one of the most important parts of this process. Very important. That's why so many people are concentrating on a candidate that attended this university. That's one of the main reasons. And that's important to all these people that attended here and that are and a part of the community. What's most important is making sure there's some form of outreach to the extended community. I'm not talking about, I hate to get too many ladies in here. Oh man, I could use profanity, but I better not do that. Like this kid says, big word skip it is what I'm saying now, and instead of using profanity. But it's not anything but the fact of making sure there's knowledge in the community concerning Jackson State. Don't keep stuff a secret. Don't make stuff a secret. No one has ever done that to the community. Our community has always been involved with this institution. And we would like to know, make you knowledgeable of the fact that we do have a candidate in mind. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
And the reason we ask you to go to the mic is because this is online, live, so that everyone that's online can hear.
Can they see it?
Yes.
You've been identified.
Well, no, they can see us. I don't know. They can see. Okay.
You've been watching all day, so.
Good afternoon. My name is Joanne Buchanan, and I echo what my prior alum was talking about as far as the different, I guess, responsibility and duties that a president should have. But my concern is from the 3 or 4 different presidents we had, it's more with their character. To me, that's a primary. If you how deep are you going to check into their Christianity, their background, their skill set as far as family's concerned? Because that's been the main problem. I mean, personally, most of them, to me, I kind of adored them. But when it came to outside of Jackson State, they personal activity, that's where some of the problems came from. Although the university needs to be improved, everything they said is true. It's just, to me, that plus what I'm saying, dig deeper into their personal life, dig deeper. In the prior, anything, just dig deeper. Thank you.
Yes, we have a due diligence process that is a deep process, and we tell candidates, if there's something, we'll find it, and it's up to you to tell us first. So, and this process has been inclusive. Your trustee, your board has been involved in this process every step of the way. They're listening, and they're also contributing their thoughts, but they're very engaged, and due diligence is going to be very important, and we'll be reporting to them.
So this is the first time IHL reached out to you guys to do a background search on the president for Jackson State.
Well, we do. They've reached out to us and contracted us to do this search, which for us
that's the part of it.
Always includes a deep background check.
It has to.
We're gonna check deeply into, once we get down to that final group of candidates, we're gonna check deeply into their financial background, criminal background, personal background. We check not only the references they send us, we check other references as well. We've been in, as you know, we've been in this business a very long time, both as professionals and now as search consultants. So there are very few institutions where we don't know people. And we also have a lens for sorting out what people are doing. So sometimes people claim things on their resumes that aren't really theirs. So for example, when we see somebody who was at an institution 2 years and they claim that they came to the community and raised $10 million in their first year, no, that was already set up. You simply was there when it came to fruition. So we have that kind of a lens that we put on these things. And we have a network. There are 50 some odd search consultants for AGB search. And we tell each other about our searches and we ask for their recommendations. When we get down to a final set of candidates, we also will ask them some questions. Do you know so-and-so from such and such? So we get very serious about this.
Will that include families and friends?
Well, we can't get into your family, but we can get about your family.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Mike, okay, you gotta go to the mic.
But he beat you to it.
Hey, how you doing? My name is Karanja Matori. I'm a 2019 graduate, so I'm an alumnus of Jackson State and a current PhD student here at Jackson State as well, and born and raised here in the West Jackson community. I came to Jackson State 2015, and since 2015, I've experienced 3 presidents, 3 interim presidents, and every president that was installed was removed for whatever reason. But for me, for a president, I think some of the things that need to be included is someone with an HBCU background, preferably a Jackson State background, when it comes to higher ed leadership, or a HBCU or regional institution, a similar regional institution, some type of background when it comes to that. Also, somebody to have the ability to make JSU a R1 institute, and also someone that will be able to relate to our alumni and the surrounding Jackson community. Thank you.
You gonna say something?
So always come to the mic for a question of any type.
Yes.
Okay, well, I guess it's a question and a part statement.
Okay.
At the close of my last statement, I stated that we would prefer a candidate. And when I say we prefer a candidate, I'm speaking of alumni and the community at large. We would prefer, as the gentleman stated earlier, he took the word out of my mouth. We would just about hand pick an alumni in regards to the next president. We don't wish to have anyone that don't have the knowledge of Jackson State, the history of Jackson State. It's important, again, that this person knows the community. The community is Jackson State. Jackson State is this inner community around this university, and of course in other places as well here in Jackson. It's very important. You put it in your record and you tell the higher education people, they need to make sure they get this right. And getting it right first is going to require that you get a Jacksonian as the president.
Thank you. Other input? I thought you were heading for the microphone.
You got some, yeah, you wanna tell us something about what's on your mind for the next president?
She's walking with such purpose, you know, so
Good evening, everyone. My name is Lakeisha Cry, and I am a graduate of Jackson State University, and I was also a faculty member here between 2022 and 2024.
in the Department of Criminal Justice and Sociology. And, but I am here as a member of the community today to express what I would like to see in the next president of Jackson State University, which is no different from what I stated the last time I was here back in 2023. And that is simply a president who values the safety of this campus, who values the safety of this campus, its faculty, its staff, particularly its students, and also the city that surrounds this community. You know, we live here in Jackson, Mississippi, where crime is too much. And I guess I say that because of my background in criminal justice. We have too many problems on this campus in terms of domestic violence. And I don't even want to name everything else that goes on here, which is a representation of what's going on in the larger system in our city and also in our state. So I say that to also say that in addition to a president valuing safety, I would like to see a president who will collaborate with our city and state leaders to make this college and also this city a safer place. You know, I'm also speaking from a parent's perspective. I have two teenage daughters. Well, one is 19 now and one is soon to be 18 next year in May. But at any rate, in 24, my daughter wanted to come here to Jackson State University to study. She is a pre-med biology major and she wanted to come here like her mother did. But we had to consider safety first. Safety is always the priority, particularly for us as parents. And we had to make the determination, unfortunately, to send her elsewhere to get an education, because it was just that important to us that she stay safe. Now, I know that one institution alone cannot guarantee her safety. It is because of God and our prayers that she is safe. But at the same time, I want to see a president who values her safety. Now, I also have another daughter, and I'm in the same predicament because she will be graduating next year. And guess what? She wants to come here to Jackson State University to major in social work. So nothing about the crime statistics have changed because I look at them often. There were 9 cases of domestic violence here in 2023. And I don't know what the numbers say for 24 because those are not published yet, which is another problem. So I want, in conclusion, a president who values safety and one who will collaborate with city and state leaders to make this college, this city, and this state a safer place to live and to learn. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Other input, yes.
I won't be redundant. I think Susie said almost everything I wanted to say. But
You are?
oh, I'm Solid Norwood. Solid Norwood. I'm a 1974 graduate of Jackson State. And I graduated under the leadership of President John A. People. And we won't, I don't think we will ever see another John A. People, but we want to get close to John A. People. Amen. It's not a gender statement, but it's just someone that is in the community, cares about the community, had relationships, and those types of things. But the difference between when Dr. People was president and I graduated, and now is that the IHL gave us a whole lot more money then through the legislature. I should bring that back to the legislature. We granted more money to the university then than we are now. So it's extremely important that whoever it is that would be selected as president has fundraising as part of their toolbox. Because where we basically turned the formula around, where we basically were getting about 70% of our funding from the state, now we're getting about 30%.
Yeah.
And so what we have to do is, as alumni and as uh, the leader that would head this esteemed university, is to, divvy up and get off into every corner and try to access funds that are available, or they could make some funds available, even if they're not available. I think I've heard about, Jackson's, the city of Jackson, the state of Mississippi. As a part of the legislature, there are a lot of things that I know that we can do to support Jackson State through IHL. But there again, leadership matters, relationship matters, and we definitely need to have those in place. There are some events or some activities or some I guess some plans more or less for the new legislative session, and I hope that would enhance public safety around Jackson State. Jackson is in the city of Jackson. And we have to have the relationship with the city of Jackson to make sure that we have Capitol Police, Jackson Police Department, Sheriff Department, and the campus police, and they're all working in tandem to make sure that safety of our students, faculty, and staff, and in the community. I live in this community as well. So those are just a few of the things, but fundraising, fund development. I mean, we have to have that in mind, and that has to be foremost. I mean, we talk about what happened to some of the other institutions, but when you look at the money that the other institutions raise as part of their development, it's a little different than ours. So we want to be like some of the other institutions. We have to raise the money and not depend on the state and not depend on the city. We need to start depending on Jackson State to chart our own course, but it's going to cost us being able to raise the money to do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Other input? All right.
Take your time.
My name is formerly May Francis Bridges, and I'm also known as Fran Bridges. And I made it here today, but as I checked with some of my other community members, they was like, we didn't know anything. So I want to say that one of the first things that we need to have is a president who understands the culture and the climate of Jackson State University, what it means to this community. And, how are you going to survive and thrive if you don't respect and appreciate the community? And so when the announcement came very late, I think I got it Thursday afternoon, and it only said alumni. It did not mention community. So I want to say to the firm or to IHL, it looked like you're starting off sort of disking the community. And when I made calls to people to catch a ride up here, because I'm having trouble with my legs, and I get here and I don't see any community. That is alarming to me. So it seems like you're setting the pace already by the way you're conducting the presidential search. I don't know whether it falls on you or whether it falls on IHL or our commissioner or who, but we are very concerned that this institution is in a community. It's in the state of Mississippi, but it is in the capital. So we have hundreds and hundreds of students here in this city who could be coming to Jackson State. But when we have a president that rides in and drives out, and the administration rides in and drives out, it does not give our children the opportunity to have role models. They mentioned John A. Peoples. I can remember community meetings didn't happen unless there was a vice president there from Jackson State, because they respected and showed everybody wants to be treated with dignity and respect. And that's what he exemplified. And that's what we were accustomed to. And if Alice Clark was here, and I did speak with her this morning, and she asked me to convey her concern that community was not included on this agenda. And some people say, well, oh, they meant it. But when you see something in black and white, and it's not there, you can't just assume. And the other thing that I want to say, hopefully the last thing I want to say, is that we want a president who cares about Jackson State, who cares about the city of Jackson, who cares about and understands the culture and climate of Mississippi and Jackson, Mississippi. And that takes some experience sometimes. And IHL, I mean, it's just there that for the last presidents that IHL has selected for us, it hasn't worked. And we pray this time, we fervently pray that it will not happen again. Because when things keep happening, we may not be able to affect change, but we serve a God who's looking and who knows. So when you do these deliberate things, there's a penalty to pay for it. And we've been paying the penalty for it. But other people, sooner or later, are going to have to pay the penalty for it, because the way we are treated has an impact on how people respect the institution, how they respect education, how they respect property. We expect for you to get us a leader who's going to model the behavior, who's going to mingle with Blackburn Middle School because it's practically on its campus. Somebody who cares about where our children are going to school, and who does some face-to-face recruiting right here in the state of Mississippi so that our children can come to school. Thank you for your time. And had I had a little more notice, I could have had a long list to keep you a little while longer. Thank you.
Well, this link, I want to say the survey link is open till tomorrow evening at midnight. So you still have time if you have a list and you want us to have it, that link.
I'm gonna try to round them up.
Okay.
And share that link too.
And share that link with anybody in your sphere of influence, because we want to hear from them, and that they'll say the same questions that we're asking are in that survey link. So we're going to be able to hear from community, whoever, and the link can be shared broad and wide.
But it closes tomorrow night.
At midnight. Yeah.
So that means I need to leave here now, start sending emails and making telephone calls and asking other people to do the same thing. Yeah. And it happened at a time when there was this big Las Vegas game.
Yeah.
Some of our people haven't even made it back. I'm finished.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna leave so I can go.
Okay.
Do your work, yeah.
Okay. Thank you for coming.
Sure.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Donna Antoine Levine. I was a student. I was an employee. I retired, came back to work part-time. I love Jackson State. I'd like to back up just a little bit and let you know how connected I and my family are. In 1969, Mississippi experienced the most devastating storm at that time, and that was Hurricane Camille. It devastated my hometown. It was nothing left. So the kids who were supposed to go to school, that was the year I graduated. I was accepted into Tougaloo and Alcorn. My mother was a Tougaloo and my dad was a Alcornite. My oldest brother was a Jacksonian, and my brother right above me was a Jacksonian. Now, my oldest brother, they were very well prepared And I digress. When I came here, here on a bus loaded with Black people from the coast who had homes no more. You know, had only what we had on our back. Dr. John A. Peoples set us up in the Alexander dorm for women on the C wing. And we stayed there until school started, but we didn't leave until he made sure that we had housing down at Camp Shelby and that they had time to clean Camp Shelby up for the Black people who were coming because they thought they could just put us anywhere. And my daddy was one of the men that was working with Dr. Peoples along with Dr. Aaron Sherber. So when I came here, Dr. Peoples not only gave us all a grant, something we didn't have to pay back. He also placed us in the homes of administrators because we didn't have anywhere to go. And then after school started, he made sure that our room and board was paid for the year. That was $62 a month back then. And that our books were paid for. So we didn't have to worry about any of that. So going back a little bit to my oldest brother and my brother above me, my oldest brother finished at Jackson State and he retired as the commander in the Navy, well prepared by Jackson State. My next brother is a physician with 2 board certifications, ENT and plastic surgery. Okay, me, you know, I'm okay. I finished at Berkeley and got my doctorate and
Yeah, you're okay.
yeah, I'm okay. You know, I had to keep up with my brothers some kind of way. And then I had heard all the stories about Jackson State. So my daddy was saying, you can either go to Alcorn or Tougaloo. He knew Alcorn was out of the way. He knew Tougaloo was still kind of in the woods. But I had heard so many stories about Jackson State from my brothers. So when Hurricane Camille came along and Jackson State offered to pay for everything, I was thinking, oh my God, I can't wait to get to Jackson State. I can't wait to get. So it was a wonderful matriculation. I got an undergraduate degree. I got my first master's degree at Jackson State. And then I went on to graduate school elsewhere. What I'm looking for in a leader, I think, first I have to ditto everything everybody else said. I'm looking for someone who has established leadership, demonstrated leadership capability, someone that can move us forward. Just a few years ago, we had over $85 million in research grants. Ask me how much we have now. It's appalling. That speaks to leadership.
Yeah, you're down below 20, I know that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's just been very hard. We need someone who has established relationships with our federal agencies, you know, NIH, with the areas NIMHD and NHLBI. We have the Jackson Heart Study. That's like $30 million. That was brought in while I was on it. I was one of the PIs for it. Then Dr. Felix Okoji headed that up. Now, after going through all this trouble and turbulence, I think we might have $30 million from the federal agencies. I don't know if we have that much. It may be a little more, but that's appalling to me. So I think IHL is responsible for some of that because IHL is the leadership that appointed the leadership to Jackson State University. And that was like 3 or 4 presidents in a row. Come on now. You can't get it right, then you need to back away and let somebody else determine who's going to be our president. You know, it's heartbreaking to see where my school is now compared to where it was in the 70s. You know, we have gone backwards. A young man said we're trying to become an R01. You know, with our research dollars being as they are, we'll never get there. So character, humility, tenacity, leadership, all established, not newly proven. Someone who has relationships, existing relationships, because that's important. If you're a newbie, especially in these troubled times with the federal government, it will be even harder to do the things that we're trying to do in research. And we have some really heck of a, what do the kids say? Hella researchers now, you know, but they need to be funded. And we need the leadership that can get with the federal agencies, the foundations, et cetera, to see that we give them, that we get those dollars. So fundraising, again, everybody said that, that's very important. I have one more thing to say.
Okay.
Dr. Bobby, I have a nephew that just graduated from the University of Puget.
You do?
He was the quarterback, #1 quarterback on the football team. And now he has gone on to graduate school.
Oh, that's
So I'm
wonderful.
gonna have to tell him, oh, we
I
had
was there for 13 years.
okay, he
Yeah.
just graduated about 2 years ago.
Yeah, it's a great, yeah.
It is. He
Small
loved it.
world.
He
You
did.
loved it?
He
Good.
loved it. He did. And I want to thank you all for being here. And I believe in my heart that you're gonna do everything that you can. But I also know there's a limit to what you can do because it's not your final decision. You can do all you can do, and you can do the best you can do. But we know who's in control when it comes down to it, and we are not pleased.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Other input?
A little bit.
You waited long enough.
Yeah. Well, you know, listen to everybody else talk. I got chill bumps. I got tears ready to drop down, and I have little kids, so I'm a tough guy dad, so I can't cry. But there's a camera here, of course, if I cry on here, the kids gonna see us and say, "Dad, we thought you were tough." So like, man, this is tough. But Dexter, class of '96, did what everybody else has said. I didn't hear the word integrity and stability. We need somebody who's stable, who can keep their hands at 10 and 2 and keep us going to the next generation. That's what I see we need at this point in time today. I feel good about the search process, search committee. I did hear your presentation y'all did a few weeks ago. Sound good to me, especially the part I read about you guys staying with the president to help them transition into the job for this year. That'll be helpful as well. So I feel good. JSU's ready. We're gonna do some good recruiting, fundraising, and ready to go. So look forward to IHL in this process.
All right.
Thank y'all so much.
Good deal. Thank you. Thank you.
One thing I would like to add, somebody's coming.
No, you want to go to the mic so they can hear you. No, you want to go to the mic so they can hear you.
Yeah.
People online listening to you.
And they've been listening to you really well. I can see them out there now listening to what you already said. So you got to go back to the mic now. Make sure they hear it.
Take your time, but we want your colleagues on the mic, on the line to be able to hear what you say. It won't.
She got it. She got it.
You don't have to excuse me.
Is it good medicine?
Just take your
Yeah, it is good. That's the problem.
Just
But
take
I
your
have to
time.
be here.
There you go. There you go.
I agree with the young man who said integrity. That has been most lacking from what we've had given to us so far. So it's critical that we do have that individual with integrity and with a track record for doing good and being good and moving us forward. Someone who's going to be here for a while, not someone that's going to be here a year or two, but at least 5 years, because it's going to take that long to get us back on track.
Yep.
15, sounds good.
Well, the chance of getting a 15-year presidency these days is almost non-existent, but it's fair to say 5, because anybody who really understands how higher ed works understands that even if you accomplish great things in 2 years, you can't solidify them. You can't entrench them. You can't lock them in 2 years. You can't change the culture that supports them in 2 years. So you got to go longer than that.
And thank you all so much for the hard work that you're doing. I know sometimes it may feel like you're caught between a rock and a hard place. But I know you'll do what you can.
Yeah, we will. And we're
And
gonna
we
get a national,
appreciate it.
this is a national search. We're generate a national pool of talented individuals. And so that's
Right.
our responsibility to
And
bring
see,
a good, strong pool.
We were told that at least 3 times.
Mhm.
Didn't, yeah. Didn't happen.
Yeah, I understand.
Mike, Mike.
I heard you guys on stream talk a little bit about the opportunities and the next president's opportunities. There were 3 or 4 things I wanted to mention about those.
Absolutely.
One of the first opportunities, as was said earlier, was not just the opportunity to grow the university from an R2 to an R1. People forget that there are now only 11 HBCUs that are R2 status. I think Howard is the only one that's an R1.
Yep.
And so Jackson State actually was one of the first 3. It was Jackson State, Howard, and North Carolina A&T, if I remember correctly. And so for the fact for us to be one of the first 3 and to still be an R2 means that there's an opportunity there to do that work. And I think that opportunity includes revamping the process for how professors and students obtain grants and other monies for research, and to provide more class credit for students who are working directly with professors on particular projects. And we have to do a better job of miming and tutoring our students so that they can be involved in those kind of grant raising and fundraising research opportunities. The other is the opportunity to increase student housing. We're not able to grow our enrollment as we would like because we continue to be denied with our housing opportunities, right? And so we need a president who can then work on establishing that. The next is the opportunity to complete the process for the university having its own water source. We're glad to see that it is working through the Senate and the legislature, but it has caught a snag. And so we need a president who needs to understand why it's important for Jackson State to have its own water source. Another opportunity is the ability to increase student internships. We need a president who understands that we need students who have a pipeline right into the workforce. If you go back to the 70s and 80s, students at Jackson State had direct pipelines to some of the major corporations. In fact, one of my work study jobs, I worked over in recruitment as a work study student, and my job was to actually get the transcripts ready for students who were applying to internships on campus. Next, we need to expand the opportunities for students to receive more work study and work aid. When I say receive more work study and work aid, I mean also to think innovatively, and that sometimes work study and work aid doesn't have to be money. It can be credit towards your tuition. You're looking at somebody who, before I joined the National Guard, I had to work 3 jobs because 2 of my checks I was signing over. And if it had not been for the work aid I was able to get from Jackson State before I joined the National Guard, I probably wouldn't have finished my career. So we need to have a president who understands how work aid and work study can be a mainstay in helping students take care of that. And then finally, I also want to not only commend our history, but we need a president who understands that we need a continued growth in athletics. Athletics is the front porch of an institution. It does not supplant academics. It does not replace academics, but we also need to understand that it is one of the major disciples to spreading the good word. University of Alabama and North Carolina A&T. North Carolina A&T is the largest HBCU. Why? Because they won 4 Celebration Bowls. That is how they directly. University of Alabama, before Nick Saban was there, less than 20% of their applications were out of state. After Nick Saban, over 60% of their applications are out of state. So we need to remember that we want to fund academics and athletics equally, and a president who can do both of those. Thank you.
Just for the record, North Carolina A&T can book some enormous growth also from their move into innovation cycles and their movement into higher research activity, and specifically making sure that every research grant had a component for student engagement and had a component for the library. That was part of their design. So yes, athletics was there and helped, but it was the genius of Harold Martin as president that engineered all that. And I've known Harold Martin since his first presidency at Winston-Salem State. In fact, I did the accreditation review at Winston-Salem State when he first got there, when Winston-Salem State was a mess, and Harold fixed it. So, but both of those things have to be part of the growth because we've got history of institutions that have thought that they could bank the whole thing on athletics and found out that they could not. Howard tried to do it that way for a long time. And Howard discovered before they got their president, before the last president, that that wasn't going to be the winning formula. They had to do much more. They had to do much more. Any other input on any aspect of what we've asked about here today?
You can go back up. Yeah, you can go back up if nobody.
Nobody's beating you to the microphone, to have at it.
So I know that the question of the priorities that the new president should have in the first year. And I think the number one priority is rebuilding of trust of all the stakeholders through transparency and shared governance. We use the word shared governance a lot, but we need the president to work together with the faculty senate and with the staff senate to make sure that they equally institute the handbook, the staff handbook and the faculty handbook that makes it clear and transparent how you get promoted, what is tenure, and to the community. So we really need better shared governance. We also we have too many acting and interim positions on campus. So within the first year, we need a president who's going to create a plan. How do we move all those temporary? Because it is difficult to run a department, right? If you are not the permanent head of that department. And so we need that to be we need that to happen. And then as we said, I want to reiterate, Jackson, Mississippi has 7 public high schools. If you go back to the 70s and 80s, they have what was called the top 10. 70% of the top 10 performing students at Jackson's high schools all used to attend Jackson State University. Right now, it's less than 20%. And so we need a president that is going to actively go after the major top performing students here in our community so that we can go back to being closer to 70% of the top performing students. And then finally, I would just like to say that we need the JSU stakeholders, staff, faculty, students, and alumni. And I know this may not be feasible, but it needs to be said. A lot of frustration over the last 3 is because the failure of the last 3 presidents is the failure of IHL. And so at some point, when there are votes being made and there are decisions that are being made, the stakeholders of the faculty, the staff, the alumni, and the students should be able to come together and elect at least one person to sit on that committee. There should be at least one person from those stakeholders who should be able to cast a vote to say, this is the president that we want. Why? Because in our entire history, Jackson State has only chosen one of its presidents, and it's the greatest president we ever had, Dr. John A. Peoples. And as long as other people have chosen our presidents, it has been a series of failure. And again, I thank you guys for your time, and I appreciate you guys doing this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We want to thank all of you for your input, including those online, and understand we're going to repeat this cycle again tomorrow. For those who say that there were some that were not included, please spread the information about the link and the survey, which provides opportunity for input for anyone who gets that link and who chooses to make input. All that's very important. We're going to look at all of that. Look at all of that. And even until tomorrow night also, anyone making input on the IHL site, we're gathering that information as well. And every time they get a input there, they send that to us as well.
I had one question come in.
Sure.
From where?
Dexter Brookins from an alumni member,
Okay.
and the question is, will the firm review all applicants, and how many applicants will be forwarded to the search committee?
Okay, here's how that
Oh,
goes.
go ahead.
We don't know how many people will apply. We turn away no applicants. But we farm applicants and we cultivate applicants, and so we will be making input into that pool as well. For a search like this, I think you can look for anywhere from 30 to over 100 applicants. The process that we go, again, the profile document is key to everything. So once we've got that document, one of our next tasks is to build a rubric by which the search committee will review applicants. The rubric will be based on the profile. So for example, if the profile says we want this person to have had at least 4 years of experience in leadership at an HBCU, then everyone will have to rate on that basis. Okay, so it'll be about 2 pages of characteristics. From that, we cause the search committee to then engage once we have gotten to the end of the open application process. We build another rubric by which they rate the applicants and come up with anywhere from 6 to 10, preferably 8 semifinalists that move forward. Then we do our first level of background research. That's just the first level. Then we set up a confidential set of interviews with those semifinalists, full search committee and the semifinalists, usually over a 2-day period. So it's just constant. And again, we build another rubric for that, all based on the profile. Okay, so we're holding everybody to that profile. Once they come out of that, we lead them through a process by which they select their finalists. And then the finalists are then advanced to IHL at that point. Now, we have not played out all the details about what happens from that moment forward. We'll continue to interact with IHL and our contacts on that, but that's how the process is going to work from here.
And all full application packets are entered into the portal.
Yeah.
So we don't hold back any applications from the committee. It's completely transparent but it's a confidential process. So you don't want to jeopardize individuals that get into the pool because they fear that their current employer might find out. So that is a protected in perpetuity. And so, we don't go on rumor or anything. We handle that pool carefully and we respect, and some people wait till almost the full consideration deadline because they're concerned about confidentiality. We let them know when we're going to call their references to alert their references. We let them know that we're going to call off list references and how we do that process for off list. And we're very thorough. We're very transparent about what's going to happen in the process. We ask people, they might apply at one point, and of course, the recruitment period is 8 weeks. So when they become a semifinalist, we do another check-in. Has anything changed in your employment? Are you still interested in this opportunity? Are you in any other searches? And if so, what stage are those searches at? And how does this opportunity rank next? So we have a series of questions that at every level that for people that move up in the process.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Thank you.
All right.
I know we're at time. We have 5 minutes.
Somebody else? Okay, she's got one more for us.
Oh, and both of you, we have time.
Okay, my question is, once the firm complete their search and all their paperwork, IHL, how long will it be once they complete their part, that you complete your part, we're gonna have a president?
Well, we don't know exactly the day because it has to be negotiated with
Just give you
the finalists before the end of the academic year next year.
Okay, next
Before
year.
June, yeah.
So
Yeah,
a
next
president
year.
might be in place by next year, you're saying?
Well, no, we're saying that the search will be completed. We have to negotiate a start date. A strong candidate can't leave where they are immediately. So they're gonna, so they need to negotiate a start date and all that with the IHL.
So you're saying your part will be completed next year, right?
Right.
Sometime next year?
And yes, before
Maybe
next
be
year.
hired on sometime next year when the IHL finishes. Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
And understand this, one of the things we tell boards all the time is, if you find a candidate who can be with you in 2 weeks, that's the wrong person.
Right, because they don't have,
You don't want that
right,
person.
so you.
The kind of person you want is one that has to seriously disentangle themselves from where they are. They gotta pass tasks out to other people. They've got to document what they're doing. They gotta say a zillion goodbyes. Okay, and if that's not the person you're getting, then kick them back.
Because you
know
want
what?
a person that cares about how they leave the institution. that's a signal too about how they would leave this institution. So, yeah, we're looking at, and the questions they ask, and we leave time in the interview for the candidates to ask questions. And the committee's gonna be looking at and discerning, were those meaningful questions, or was that just surface level questions? So, you know, we set that up to make sure, and we tell the candidates, we say your letter of interest should be like a movie scene showing the committee you doing the work Jackson State says is needs done. Don't just talk about yourself. Weave that into Jackson State's narrative. And some of them listen to us and some of them don't.
And so, for example, one of the things that has come up here frequently is about collaboration and shared governance. So even in the cover letter, we're looking for how many I's are there, and how many we's are there, and how many we did this and we pulled these people in and do that. We look for all that. And then sometimes once they realize that that's a mistake somewhere in the interview, they try to back away from it, but they've already revealed themselves.
And then in our reference calls, if there's confidential, the reference call, but if we have references that really can't speak to any impactful work of a candidate, that's a problem. And we've had that happen before.
So sometimes you will say something, say, he said he did what?
Right, or they'll say, I really can't answer the question.
Yeah.
So that tells me that the candidate didn't think about how to choose good references. Because your references should be able to talk about your content, not surface level, or I can't speak to that. I never observed that person. So that's a sign.
Yes, sir.
Your firm is, as we can see, a firm of great intelligence. So my next statement is in line with what we're discussing right now. She asked about when would someone be hired, but in you making your decision, your final decision, your recommendation to IHL, will they be taking your recommendation, or would that just be a wash like it's been here in the last?
Well, I would think, here's my view of things. IHL hired us in part because of our process, okay, and who we are. We believe, as we've seen so far, that IHL is taking this process very seriously. We think they know who we are and the kind of work that we do. We're going to try to get IHL to the point where there are at least 3 really good candidates. Now, when we know we've really done our job is at the semifinal level, when it's hard for that committee to settle on 8. And you say, okay, we've done a part of the job. When they get to the 3 and they start arguing among themselves, okay, we got this done. This is good. This is good. Okay.
3 to 5.
We're not arguing in a negative way about who's worse than the other, but about how good they are. Now, we will work with them through that process. And again, we haven't done all the details about that process, that part of the process yet. We'll work all that through pretty soon. But we believe that the process that we use gets the right candidates in front of the decision maker at the right time. We will have done all of our background checks. We will see everything in that candidate's history. We will have vetted and verified their claims. We will have looked at the things that you have said are important. The integrity issues, what did you really get done? We know we're looking for somebody who can connect with community in a meaningful way. We're going to look for all of that and put that data in front of the decision makers.
But that will be aligned with that profile that we talked about, right? So you'll see how beneficial that the profile is, the candidate assessment form, the draft questions that we develop from the profile, because we want everything to be able to see an obvious connection that, you know, you announce one thing to a candidate pool and they speak to that. I say it's a hand in glove. I tell candidates and I tell committees, the profile is the call. The candidates are responding. It's a call and response process. And so you want that to go hand in hand, and that should be obvious in the alignment of what they say. So it's really important. So that's our job, not the committee's job, to set all that up so that it can work in that manner. And that those 3 to 5 finalists will be people that you can look at the profile and see, oh, I can see why they.
Well, my last question or statement, however, is the process was done similar to this before, and there became a president that wasn't even considered to be the president. And all of a sudden, they became a part of the process and became the president. So will your process work the same as that?
No,
We-
we just outlined our
No,
process.
we can't speak to what has happened in your past,
Right.
except to
Well, I'm
understand.
talking about what happens here traditionally almost.
Okay.
I'm sure everybody.
Well, I know that your board brought us in for this. They auditioned us, they looked at our process and they chose us to work with them for this search. So they know
Well, I
exactly.
don't want all your work to be for naught.
Okay.
It won't be, it won't be.
Okay.
trust
I'm
you.
sure everybody in this room agrees with
Yeah,
my
we
statement.
trust your board wants this to go well. They've been very intentional, very engaged with us to set all this up and looking at the timeline so they can be present at every step of the way where we need their input.
Is any of them in this room today?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, introduce them. Come on, let us know that.
My name's Don.
Come on to the mic. You made everybody else get up.
They go ahead to.
Yeah.
Well, part of it is they want this time to be your time to talk, not their time to talk.
We want to know they hear.
They are.
And
They
some
are.
have been watching online.
And they've been
They're
watching.
watching online as well. I just happened to be in town today with my calendar open, so I chose to come. And my name is Don Clark. I've been on the board commissioner a year and a half, roughly. So this is the first search that I've been through. I'm learning a lot. I've got a lot of confidence in these consultants. And I really think the board as a whole, not speaking for anybody else, is taking this process extremely seriously, wanting the absolute best for your institution. I'm from Jackson. I've been familiar with the institution for many, many years. Actually, my law firm was a lawyer for the institution at some point. My partner, Alvina Costello, was your attorney, and now another person in my firm does a lot of work for y'all. So I'm very happy to be here, and I've learned an extremely lot today. So thank you.
You said commission, who was that?
Commissioner.
Well, introduce commission, we want to know.
Commissioner Al Rankins, he's the
Stand up,
commissioner of
Al.
IHL.
Right here, we can't see you, how big are you, Al? You see how big I am? You gonna be able to recognize. All right, brother.
Mike, want to come to the mic? But as I said, they really were intentional about setting up these meetings to make sure that they didn't dominate, but your voices should be dominated.
We still want to know who's here.
Sure.
Yeah.
That's me.
Now, I forgot to mention the opportunity, and the opportunities is Jackson, Mississippi, state of Mississippi, and Jackson State University is right for P3 engagement. And I think that
Yeah.
what the legislature has worked on that through IHL, and I think that it would be, we venture off into that, it could prove to be tremendous for how help cure some of our challenges that we have, housing, state of issues and all of that.
And you can tie that to broader economic development too.
Absolutely.
I've done P3 projects before. And the last time I was here was when one of your former presidents, what was his name? He left to Mason, when Mason was here. And I saw then, as I was looking around then, I see P3 projects could do a killing around here. Because you can have two side facing projects, facing community, facing the institution. You can build economy from there. I mean, you can do all kinds of things. So, so you say the legislature set it up so that that can be done?
That's more effective, yes.
All right.
Excellent.
Outstanding. Well, again, thank
Thank
you
you
all
all.
very
I know
much.
we went a little bit over, but we really appreciate your time. There's other sessions tomorrow too. Spread the word. And thank you. So, no, not at all. You weren't, this was good. We do this. This is important for us. We need you to talk to us. Really, it is. So you don't want us walking away without good information. And you all done that.